Okay, so let's start. Ah. um, so this is The Young in a Post-Industrial Society by Alfredo. I don't know what his M stands for. Maybe Marco, Mario? I don't know, I'm joking. Alfredo Bonanno. It's from 1988, and you remember this day because like what he says, like it's almost prophetic about technology and whatnot. Because this is a piece about technology actually. It goes a bit like anti-civ, but like it has a coherent ideology behind it. These are the contents: class modification, loss of meaning of you know, it's gonna be, wait, it does have like, yeah, the names are right here. Okay, so the conditions surrounding what remains of the human being are far more bewildering for the young, those still looking towards the future, not having their back on their back the abyss waiting to open and swallow up an old man. I'm well aware that the following consideration might move some to laughter, and I like to see young readers do such. What to do with an old man's words? What can they mean to those looking wide-eyed at the wonders that await them, far from cataloging a life that has seen everything? After all, youthful hopes and strengths are precisely there, almost made to be deliberately squandered when confronted with others' advice and experience. That is the way of the world, and as I'm now playing the role of of talking gibberish, I might as well go the whole hog. I want to see if he says this in the book I have. Per cui tanto vale che lo reciti fino in fondo. Ok. Well, go the whole hog. I didn't know. I don't know the turn of phrase. Well, might as well go the whole hog. The text I'm proposing here is an attempt to clarify the conditions I mentioned earlier: post-industrial society and its foolish servants on one end, young people with their still unexpressed potential on the other. Yet it is not a given that everything will go as it's threatening to do. There's still an area of shadow, a chaotic amalgam that could always bring forth the unexpected. This unexpected thing, I'm gonna just say right now, it went just exactly as he said. This unexpected thing should always be be about to spring forth, especially in the heart of a young person, not atrophied before their time. These unexpected things should always be about to spring forth, especially in the heart of a young person, not atrophied before their time. I illude myself that they are not. I dream that the pulsation are strong and sure, able to accelerate in the face of humiliation and abuse, and the rules that society imposes on us, with which it seeks to shape and coerce our lives. After all, the world's future lies within every young person, a single grain of sand in the repressive machinery, and everything could jam. We are not fleas jumping at the tamer's command. There you go. Much better translation than mine. At the tamer's command, even less should we be so concerning the future. Uh, Even less should we be so concerned in the future, or future and the way we decide to live it. Whoever bows their head and consents in the face of the abuses that keep them in line is the lowest form of person. Jesus Christ, come on, man. I do not agree with that. That's not how life works. Sorry, I itchy back right now. Whoever bows their head and consents in the face of abuse that keep them in line is the lowest form of a person, the last rejecter of an aching humanity, heir of a millennial of slavery. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but also you could have put it in a better way. I hope that this legacy has not been received by the young people to whom I'm ideally talking, and I trust that they do not want to take it right now and cash it in. Others should be the proceeds of their years to come. Desire, creation, dreams, and the more incomprehensible stars, even this now small agonizing planet that hosts us. Inventing happiness, here's a fine task. Refusing to accept leveling, not even that which helps pass the time by trivializing meaning, banalizing taste. Every moment of life, a young person barely understands the importance of living this moment. Is worth for being lived, not wasted feeling sorry for oneself. In the smallness of the needs, again, this is not good. Yeah, in the smallness of the needs, I understand what he's saying, but you could have said it better. This is from 1988, so like the discourse about mental health wasn't that good in Italy. It's not good now, but imagine in the 80s, even from an anarchist. In the smallness of the needs and the administrative reduction to living with moral prejudices and economic downturns. Living a life of little insects hopping in baroque advances of survival means not looking ahead. It means always putting your hands in your pocket to count the pennies, avoiding danger and suffering, accepting the rules of an hedonism of sad, well-fed clowns. Holy shit! Content with piece of bread that the boss throws you from time to time. There is nothing sadder and more demeaning than a young person who lives like the last man on earth. Same goes for an old man, but at least the latter has excuses on his side, which, even if they do not absolve him, cover him with a cloak of pity, a shameful blanket that hides the remaining forces that could still provide him with the inspiration for a final whim, a proud outburst. But let's leave the old to their thoughts, and the young know. But let's leave the old to their thoughts. The young know. Stewed, no. I don't know what this means. Let's see. I have the book. Oh, per Dio. he's he's saying a blasphemy. Oh shit. He's really strong with words, I guess. Let me see how does it translate in English, in Italian. Sorry. Oh, okay. Struth.
Struth.
Truth. Truth.
Struth.
Truth.
Struth.
Truth. Truth. Used to express surprise and dismay. Okay. I guess they used a more. They used a more like intelligent, a more Aulic term, but they could have just used "by God, no." Per Dio is it's like it translates literally "by God, no." A young reject, or is it either a freak on nature or an idiot? Jesus Christ, my guy, that is not good. Careful, I'm not interested in orthopedics. I don't want to straighten the dog's leg. I don't want to build a new man. I'm referring to what is standing there in front of me before my very eyes, the potential that cannot be found in the heart. That cannot be found in the heart of a young person, often finding thousands of muddy rivulets into which to direct an outlet that would make them explode otherwise. I don't understand what he's saying. I'm referring to what is standing in front of me before my very eyes, the potential that cannot not be found. Oh, I didn't read the note. Cannot not be found in the heart of a young person, often finding 1,000 muddy rivulets into which to direct an outlet that would make them explode otherwise. Okay, holy shit. I gotta read better. Forget all guarantees. A guarantee is a ball and a chain. A safe future, a guaranteed future is a heavy anchor entangled in the shallows. And forget meager daily happiness too. Keep others happy. Keeping others happy, once creditor, parents with their behavior models. Jeez. Still very strong words again. The only answer to their expectation is to go beyond. What they want of you can only be a tiny crumb of your dream. Like this is good, but again, like the rhetoric is a bit bad. The only answer to their expectation is to go beyond. What they want of you can only be a tiny crumb of your dream. After all, what they want is easily satisfied. Their goals should be no more than tiny steps in a long journey you have before you. What worth is riotness? It's not righteousness. Riotness. Riotousness. Yeah, that makes sense. Riotousness. What good does riotousness, which means disordini. Just in general, the concept of rioting. What's up, Shadow? Welcome to the stream, buddy. Hi. What worth is riotousness? Riotousness, small-time rebellion. What matter is the great refusal leading to the inversion of your essence as a human beings, young people, men and women, for those who still have these distinguishing concerns. Ooh, that's a good one. Young, crazy people drunk with their own life who do not yet want to determine themselves in this or that social manifestation, but are open to For every experience of the senses, every achievement not yet established or even thought or considered to exist. Throw your ability to go beyond in the face of the whole world, spit on all the accommodating winks coming from all sides. School, epithet or content, culture managed ridiculously by sycophants, politics in the hands of clowns, society organized by police go-betweens, fun codified by economics graduates. You cannot baptize your future in the name of appearance, exteriority, and representation, the uniform of the latest fashion. If you want to live, you have to fight against the continuous festering, rotting past off something passed off as something flowering and youthful, joyful. And may this fight be life and death, merciless, spit in the face of the constructors of compliance, the manufacturers of death in the name of everlasting peace, the paid fabricators of guaranteed opinions, the waivers of thoughty cheating and tricks, the weavers of thoughty cheating and tricks. And may this pit not be that of some superior wisdom claiming to teach something to the teachers by trade, but sarcastic contempt for all compromise, falsity, legality that heals and legality that heals. Let me see in the book here. What does he say? Se volete vivere scendere. Questo pure sia quello di una sapienza, non sia quello di una sapienza superiore che pretende di insegnare qualcosa agli insegnanti di mestiere. Ma sia il disprezzo sarcastico contro tutti i compromessi, le contraffazioni, le legalità che sanano e le illegalità che pretendono di Oh, okay. It's just, it doesn't like translate that well. There should have been a D here, and D illegalities. They didn't put a D here. Because there is here, right? Yeah, there is a D here. Yeah, so that really also all the compromise, falsity, the legality, and all that heals, and the illegalities claiming to confer a status of diversity based on the penal code, not circumventing one position but a frontal collision. Oh, this is from November 2008. Damn. And prepare yourself for revenge. Again, I'm only doing this for educational purpose. Holy shit, dude. This is gonna put me on a list. And prepare yourself for revenge, accumulate day by day anger, and make it explode at the right moment. In front of you is the most shameful and vile garbage heap in history, the sums of every wickedness. There is no danger in making mistakes about where to hit. The target is so vast that even if you were blind from birth, you will be able to center all time. Jesus Christ. So this piece here is from 2008 by Bonanno. I guess he did a preface to this piece. To this extremely fire, but also mamma mia, some things that he says in they're bad, but I feel like it's more because he's trying to be very strong with his wording and whatnot. Let me answer my fiance for a second. So there's a bunch of like, yeah, this is the thing that he says afterwards here. We can destroy everything because we can build it all again, as we are the ones who made everything. This is a motto attributed to Bonaventura Durruti. It was actually basically made up by a journalist. It doesn't mean that it doesn't go hard as hell. It's really good, but it's not by it's attributed to Bonaventura Durruti, but it's not. It's a longer line also. It's not just this. It's a pretty long piece. Anyway, the new motto that Bonanno makes is yeah, I've been looking at the news, my friend. You should probably move to Canada. We must destroy everything because we could never use what the bosses are. This is really good, but also, you know, I don't know if I ascribe to it, but it's really good. It goes a bit anti-save, right? We must destroy everything because we could never use what the bosses are building today to guarantee their domination in a liberatory way. We could never use, so basically says, we could never use in a liberatory way what the bosses are building today to guarantee their domination, which will never know, which we will never know if we remain within a class dimensions like the present. So the present restructuring of capital and the state is redefining class relations through new perspective. Those who have the technology instruments today, and even more so in the future, will also have the power and the capacity to manage consensus. This will be quote unquote included in a reality of dominion. The rest will be excluded, quote unquote, and condemned to a quote unquote passive use of technology. The perfectionment of this process passes through the reduction of what the class of excluded possesses. In the first place, their own culture. The strata being subjected to this pressure are the young. It is here. This goes really hard because this is true of of younger people right now. Because the pressure on younger people is social media, which is like creating this capitalized culture. It's not their culture, even though like they create this culture. It's a culture that is made for capital to spend on, to gain profits on. It's obviously the reality is always in the middle. So like this culture is obviously still genuine in a way, but you know, as Bonanno is saying here, culture is not even their own culture of the class of the excluded is not their own. It's made by capital. The strata being subjected to this pressure are the young. It is here that the future included of the included. No, sorry. It's here that the future included and excluded are to be found. Certainly, the selection is still based on belonging, but new elements are appearing on the horizon. The following piece is an attempt to look at those new elements of class selection a little more closely. So, class modifications. The readjustment of the dominion in a society undergoing violent restructuring, such as the present one. This is again from 1988. Take this, have this in mind reading this piece about technology in a post-industrial society. It still like resonates really hard today, even though I don't agree with insurrection. The readjustment of dominion in a society undergoing violent restructuring, such as the present one, is resulting in a new definition of class relations. The panorama is breaking up, but not for this. Not for that it is losing its vision on the clash. On the one hand, there are the privileged, and on the other, those who have nothing. A lot could be said about the nature of the privileges, of the privileges. We can no longer speak simply in terms of lack, so much as of possession of something different. There you go. That's it. Today's privilege possess something, or at least the hope of something that the disinherited not only do not possess, but do not even understand, because they are not aware of it, or are about to lose what little knowledge they have. A redefining of class relations must, in my opinion, be seen. A lot of people said another nature of these privileges. We can no longer speak simply in terms of lack, as much as possession of something different. That's it. Today's privilege possess something, or at least a hope of something that the disinherited not only do not possess, but do not even understand, because they are not aware of it and are about to lose what little knowledge they have. A redefining class relation must, in my opinion, be seen through this process of progressive loss of knowledge. The mastery of something is also indispensable to the exploiters themselves. The latter are now at the point of reconstructing a different setup of social conditions as a whole, so different as to no longer require the exploiter to have what they once possessed, in the first place, labor power. That is why the new class setup is based on innovative processes of technology, far more than in the past, in a way that is radically different. The new revolutionary motto: if we destroy, we are also capable of building. We build the palaces and the cities. The workers can build them again, and better ones. We are not afraid of ruins. We have a new world here in our hearts, attributed to Jerusalem, but which, however, circulates within a traditional working class, which still persists as a class in some ways in the defense of wages, if nothing else, is no longer correct. Today, we could substitute it with another such as: we must destroy everything because we will never be able to use it in a libertarian way, or liberatory way, it could be said. And by libertarian, obviously it means a liberatory anarchist way. It doesn't mean the American conception of libertarian, of the libertarian term. I always try to reaffirm this, because people are stupid in the US and don't know the history of the words. But libertarian is a synonym for anarchist, anarcho-socialist, anarcho-communist, anarchist in the anti-capitalist way, which is the only way, in a post-capitalist way. In any case, anarcho-capitalism doesn't exist. It's a fake ideology. Anyways, in a libertarian way, we must destroy everything because we will never be able to use, in a libertarian way, what the bosses are building to guarantee their dominion. And because it is a question of something that we could never know by remaining within a class dimension such as that of today. In the past, destruction might have been an accident. Not serious. Oh, what did I do? No. In the past, destruction might have been an accident, not serious in any case, because from the ruins we could have rebuilt a world of freedom. Today it becomes a necessary road because only through destruction of all that the bosses are building, starting from the use of post-industrial technologies onwards. This is why I say it's a bit anti-slave. Because, there are certain technologies that don't come, not all post-industrial technology and pre-industrial technology was made through the profit motive. Like a lot of researchers do what they do for the sake of knowledge and for the sake of bettering society, whatever way they think they could. So, not all post-industrial technology for me is to be destroyed. Again, this is from 1988, so some things didn't happen yet. The conception of technology was different and whatnot. I still agree with the sentiment a lot, with the wording. I still agree with the sentiment and the general idea of it, but the wording is a bit obsolete and doesn't include all of the nuances to this conception. Today it becomes a necessary odd because only through destruction all that the bosses are building, starting from the use of post-industrial technology onwards, will we be able to build. Only through destruction we will be able to build the free society of tomorrow. Lots of meanings of the old repetitions. The violent and rapid processes of transformation of the social setup have reduced the importance and the meaning of the old class manifestations. In a narrow sense, speaking of the proletariat and lumpen proletariat has an extremely reductive meaning. This is really good, for example, because there is now, I don't know if in 1988 in Italy there was already, but there is now the precariat, il precariato, which is another form of working class. That could be said, the same could be said of the term working class, which bears considerable weight in revolutionary decisions. In the same way, new problems have appeared concerning the definition of the dominant mass: capitalists, politicians, rentiers, which is landlords, employees, cadres, managers, etc. The old conceptions of bourgeoisie has been shattered forever. In order to orientate oneself better, I think we need to be more concrete and avoid putting new ideological formulae in place of the old ones. I realize that many comrades often carefully avoid pronouncing and referring to concepts as proletariat and bourgeoisie, and from their embarrassment are aware of the profound changes we have been living through over the past few years. But simply banning the word is not enough. It is necessary into the thing if one wants to avoid the risk of the new world ending up taking place or taking place of the old, to allow us to carry on undisturbed by dreaming the thing instead of taking possession of it. Let me reread that. But simply banning words is not enough. It is necessary. Let me read from the book, actually, I guess. This translation is good, but not very intuitive. Per orientarsi meglio penso si debba fare ricorso a una maggiore concretezza e evitare. Mi accorgo spesso molti compagni evitano accuratezza al bando di una parola non basta, occorre un approfondimento della cosa. Oh! That doesn't work at all. Ci vuole evitare il rischio che prima o poi una nuova parola finisca a sostituire. So, let me see if I can translate this better. Uh, the first part is okay, like, but simply banning a word is not enough. It's necessary to investigate the thing if one wants to avoid the risk. It is necessary to investigate the thing if one wants to avoid sooner or later, that sooner or later a new world ending up a new world ending up taking place of the thing if one wants to avoid the risk that a new world sooner or later. Let me see how it's necessary into the thing. If I think there is no, I think like they forgot a verb here. It's necessary to investigate into the thing if one wants to avoid the risk of a new world ending up taking place of the old, to allow us to carry on undisturbed by dreaming the thing instead of taking possession of it. Like that's the only issue I think here. They forgot a verb here. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, okay? What do I used to do for this? I used to do. Let me also do this though. Yeah, there you go. Because the chat will like obscure the. So excluded and included. Some time ago, I proposed the distinction based on these two concepts. On the one hand, the I included closed up inside the telephonic castle and so dominators. On the other, the excluded destined to a passive use of technology, dispossessed of anything that will ever be more than aim. Dispossessed of anything that will ever be more than their aim of work and. Wait, what? Sorry, I got distracted. Dispossessed of anything that will ever be more than their aim of work, and precisely because of that, dominated. Oh, that will ever be more than the aim, like dispossessed of anything that will be more than anything related to their labor. Are you comparing the Italian version and the English one? I'm not. I have the book here that I bought. I'm just reading it in English because you know this is an English channel for most part. English speaking, I mean. It's an Italian channel. It's a Neapolitan channel, but it's in English speaking. I could read it in Italian, but you wouldn't understand shit. You know what I mean? Anyways, what was I saying? So yeah, I mean, I'm like comparing the two because sometimes the translation here is a bit. It's very good, but like sometimes I don't know they have hiccups for some reason. So I do have the book to help myself with the translation. It's also Bonanno who writes a bit particular, I guess. Okay. Sorry. So let's reread this because it's a very good part. Excluded or included. These are the two this is the proposition he has like as the actual new concepts for class warfare. Some time ago, I proposed a distinction based on these two concepts. On one end, the included closed up in their Teutonic castle and so dominators, and the excluded, destined to a passive use of technology, dispossessed of anything that will ever be more than their aim of work, quote unquote, and precisely because of that, dominated. I've explained as well as I can that this description adapts itself well, just as a model of reasoning, to post-industrial reality. Today's technology is a wealth far beyond simple financial capital, which will diminish more and more. It will be impossible for this technology to be shared by all. Many will only have the skill for a passive use of it and will not understand anything beyond simply pressing buttons. This is really fucking good here. The few, the included, will carry out research and manage power to possession, which is exclusive to them. To guarantee the net and final separation and prevent the excluded from being able to take possession of this technology, a precise wall needs to be built, a far more efficient one than the old walls of the past, safes, prisons, and asylums. There will be a wall of lack of interest. One cannot be interested in what doesn't know, and one cannot struggle to have what is other than oneself. That we do not wish to possess because we do not know it. I gotta reread that. Also, my nose is being fucky. Just a second. I gotta clean myself. But hey, I forgot. Congrats on your driving license. Let's go, my guy, my friend. So let's reread this. Today, technology is wealth far beyond simple financial capital, which will diminish more and more. It will be impossible for this technology to be shared by all. Many will only have the skill for a passive use of it and will not understand anything beyond simply pressing buttons. The few, the included, will carry out the research and manage power through possession, which is exclusive to them. To guarantee the net and final separation and prevent the excluded from being able to take possession of this technology, a precise wall needs to be built, a far more efficient one than the old walls of the past, safes, prisons, and asylums. This will be the wall of lack of interest. One cannot be interested in what one doesn't know, and one cannot struggle to have what is other than oneself. That we do not wish to possess because we do not know it. And the more we are cut from technology, the more we will end up losing interest, also principally in the destructive sense. In the destructive sense? E anche principalmente in senso distruttivo. E più saremo tagliati fuori dalla tecnologia, più finiremo per disinteressarcene, anche in senso distruttivo. I don't know what that means. Not even in Italian. I guess in the sense of like destroying it. Um, in this such a sense that this process of this interest will run parallel to the growth in our ignorance or progressive distance and the lowering of intellectual capacity. Well, I mean, he's not wrong. I do feel like with social media there has been a, I mean, this is a feeling, so I do not have the data or like the expertise for this. Exactly for the reasons he has explained here, the lack of interest, I guess, the meaning of meaningful interest, I guess. I do feel like the way you can phrase this in today's age is that like the lowering of the intellectual capacity is like instead the lowering of intellectual attention, I guess. You can like put it into a perspective of like this like explosion of like ADHD behavior that we have nowadays because of social media and the way content and like life is produced in a like ever flowing river of like information that you cannot escape. For most part, you literally have to live like a caveman, basically. So it's not, it's not a terrible interpretation. It's a bit old and like reactionary in some senses, of course, like saying low intellectual capacity can be as true as like ableist, but I still think it's like the meaning is given is important and like is poignant. The logic of things, the lowering of content that the life of the excluded will undergo, the lowering of content or like happiness. Let me see. Edizione dei contenuti. No, it's literally content. Content as like stuff that is produced. Not like contentness. The lowering of content that the life of the excluded will undergo is not the result of an operation programmed by the included. The process of class resystemization the process of class resystemization is the logic of things, i.e., the logic of restructuring of production. So he doesn't believe that this is an Operation Gladio style of result. He believes that it's because of the way so it's like it is in the process of class resistimization is in the logic of things, i.e., in example, I think that means right, i.e., in example, in the logic of restructuring of production. Let's see if that's the same in Italian. Il processo di sistematizzazione di classe nella logica delle cose, cioè nella logica della ricostruzione e strutturazione del processo produttivo. No. What does I mean? I don't remember. Does it mean in... Let me search. Oh no, it means cioè. Ok. It means cioè. Okay. So it's properly translated then. The lowering of the content of that. The lowering of content that the life of the excluded will undergo is not the result of an operation programmed by the included. The process of class resystemization is in the logic of things, i.e., in the logic of restructuring of production. So, like the way production is being restructured, where workers at their labor, now workers need to like. I'm not reading this right now. I'm not reading into the book. I'm just giving my analysis. The restructuring of production means that like before workers had their labor to sell, now the workers need to sell themselves as an identity and as a and has a social pawn to the bosses because they are not needed at all anymore. People as labor force is not needed at all anymore nowadays. And this was already real when this pamphlet came out, because automation has made the human obsolete in capitalist production for most part. There is no need for people to be in production, basically, for most part. They will basically only, and this is in 1988, to not mention 2023, right? In 2023, like automation is like everything. And so people nowadays just they need to sell themselves. When you go to an interview, they first ask you about you and whatnot, right? They ask you, they ask about your identity. So they need a signifier for you to be indispensable in the social capital of the company. But in reality, most of production nowadays is completely automated. So what we are doing nowadays is like making a theater play in which we still think that workers have labor power to sell, and this is also for the capitalist. Like they know that this is not a thing. At least this is for me. I don't know if Bonanno believes the same, but like this is what I believe, is that capitalists do know that nowadays people don't have any logic of being into the production processes, but how do I put this? But they need people to continue to be pawns in the machine so that they don't riot. Basically, to put it very plainly. Passing from an industrial structure based of huge fixed investments and programming to the post-industrial structure realized through the intervention of the state by entering the economic processes itself, a structure based on the flexibility of production consented by the new technology, the problem of a reduction of some capacity of the individual and the increases of others had to be phased. So I gotta reread that. Passing from an industrial structure based on fixed investments and programming to the post-industrial structure, a structure based on flexibility of production concerned by the new technology, the problem of a reduction of some capacity of the individual and the increase of others had to be faced. Okay, so like the problem here for the capitalists, at least by Bonanno, meaning is that there needed to be a reduction of knowledge of the individual, of the technologies that he is using, and an increase of obedience. I think that's what he's saying, an increase of obedience and attention span for the technologies. Let's see what he says. That has led to a profound modification brought about by school, the media, and spectacle, free time, etc. And etc. In this way, a new person is being built, capable of adapting, a malleable being with modest capability, neither too low nor too high, with a tendency towards group work, without a broad culture, and with no career prospect or social mobility. The almost totality of the young are gradually being addressed towards this perspective. On average, they are smarter, more dexterous, but not at all that much. Educationally inferior with wider but more superficial knowledge in various sectors, they know less in depth but know more things. For a class analysis. To go all over the elements of class analysis today will require putting together again all of the pieces of a panorama that has been upset by the acceleration imprinted onto the normal process of restructuring of capital by the new technology. To go over all of the elements of class analysis today will require putting together again all the pieces of a panorama that has been upset, has been like changed by the acceleration imprinted onto the normal process of restructuring of capital by the new technologies. Okay, from there, the phase in which capital called the state into rescue project, let's say around the beginning of the 80s, we have seen how legislation no longer passes through control and repression, but primarily through consensus. Although I feel like in the 21st century it went back to repression. But I still think he's right, even today. I think it's a mixture of consensus and heavy repression. Once the phase of adjustment was over, the state having transformed itself from capital cashier into its banker, one realized that there was not all that much difference between capital and the state, and that the socialization of capital was going hand in hand with the upturned mercantilization of the so-called state capitalism. With the fading of the supporting ideology, the two great historical opposing sides are getting closer on the practical level. Oh my God, that's so good. With the fading of the supporting ideology, the two great historically opposing sides are getting closer on the practical level. The management of public affairs now differs less and less from that of the private, and that's so fucking good. Especially for an Italian, because in Italy it's like that. There was a strong state, which, whatever. And now it's being mercantilized into the private sector. I have another 10 pages to go. Oh my God. What time is it? I gotta finish this in 2 hours. I will. I'm just being stupid. We cannot identify the exact confines of the class clash, at least not with a mathematical precision, but that was not possible for either, so we need to go looking for them by attempts. We see that the reduction of what the class we see this as the reduction of what the class of excluders possesses. The reduction no longer passes through a classical appropriation by the bosses of what this class produces. From the primitive to advanced capitalist accumulation, from primitive to advanced, capitalist accumulation has always been based on the extortion. Following a parenthesis of participation, we are now moving back towards exclusion. Following a parenthesis of participation, well, no, let's see. Oh, there's a part there's a part that it's not. There's a part here. There's a part here after private that it's not in this translation. So I'm gonna translate it myself. So here it was saying the manager was saying like the two fading. With the fading of the supporting ideologies of the two great historically opposing sides, they're getting closer on the practical level, right? It says here, fighting for the strengthening of the positions as some residuum, warring, I should say, I guess. Warring residue seems to want. Wait a second. This is really hard to translate because it's really dense. So, fighting for a strengthening of the positions as some warring residuum of a certain. Lottarmatismo. It's a weird word in Italian, not to mention in English. Of armed struggle identities, I guess. It's outside of history and of logic. It's again the dream of a thing that ends up once again to prevail on the thing itself. It's a dream of a thing instead of looking at the actual things in reality. So he's basically saying this like idea of like he's basically talking about thankies and thankies and neoliberals, basically, in the sense that they're basically in the same class, in the same ideological class at this point, and that at the time of the writing of this, which is 1988, thinking of like continue to impose this division between the USSR and the USA as two different political and economic systems that was being tried by some armed struggle groups in Italy. It's outside of the logic of history and logic itself, because again, it's dreaming of a thing, or it's dreaming instead of actually looking at the reality. What was I searching before getting into this tangent? Oh, following a parenthesis of participation, we are now moving back toward exclusion. I'm just trying to propongo qui la riduzione del possesso delle classi iscritte. La riduzione non passa adesso attraverso la classe di appropriazione di quello che era di quello che questa classe produce. L'accumulazione del capitale e quella avanzata si basa sull'estrazione dopo la parentesi di una partecipazione. Dopo una parentesi di partecipazione. Oh, okay, so it's like oh shit, he's saying what I was talking about before about technology. Nice. That's cool. It's cool to see that like my thought process was confirmed by also by Bonanno. I will read it in a second here. I'm just trying to understand what he's saying here. After a parenthesis of participation, I think it means like after the USSR, where like they were like feigning this idea of like democratic participation in the production, which it wasn't real, and in fact is in quote unquote participation. We are or was it maybe social democracy he's talking about? Anyway, he's saying that from extortion and like to participation, we are going back to exclusion. It's not that important, I guess. It's important, but like, I mean, it's not that important to try to explain it too much. I think it explains itself. Technology is increasingly guaranteeing a productive system where the excluded will only contribute marginally. So this is what I was talking about. That the workers don't have the labor power anymore. They only have social capital to sell at this point. Through simplified procedures and production, they will not allow any reconstruction of the productive situation beyond the universe of the included. Technology will belong exclusively to the latter. The former will only be allowed a passive utilization. This use will not allow technology mastery, and the way things and products of reduction are being set out, not even a desire or need for this mastery. The place where this process of reduction is happening more visibly is among the young. This social era constitutes the reservoir of the identification of the included and excluded in the future. The selection is still based on the original conditions of belonging, but these conditions are appaid. Yeah, I know what it means in Italian, but I don't know how to say it in English. They are appaid.
Appaiate.
Oh, it's not a word in English apparently.
Appaiate. Appaiate.
Appaiate, I guess you could say. It means to put them close to each other. Appaiare, from paia, which is two things. It means like literally mathematically two things. So this condition of belonging, of having stuff, is now being put next to from a more accentuated social capillarity. Every now and again, one individual's exceptional exceptional ability and intelligence might emerge, giving them an entrance ticket. The needs of the included will always be dictated by those of a restricted number of technocrats, and in the future this will not only necessarily correspond to the present day holders, the needs of the included will always be dictated by those of a restricted number of technocrats, and in the future, this will not necessarily correspond to the present day holders of economic fortunes, the included. I guess. Oh no, the technocrats. And that's so true, especially for Italy. That's once again a prediction of Italian politics. It's fucking crazy. Because we had multiple technocrats at the government of Italy in the 21st century. We had multiple. We had like at least 3. We had Monti, Draghi. I don't remember the third, but we had 3 technocratic governments that went on for like a while. Now, from objective security, a perspective of production based on flexibility requires an ideological support proposing behaviors models far from stability, certainty, and security. Rather than a discourse on secure employment, now almost mythical and archaeological anyway, the young are being told about opportunity, which in fact has increased. There are more possibility for experience, various limited kinds of knowledge, fluidity of values, disengagement, and individualism. The young person is urged to build a flexible life model capable of adapting to the changed conditions of not only the labor market, but reality as a whole. Just as I said, you sell yourself as an individual now instead of your labor power. So now you have to shape, not only you were alienated before. This is one of the few things I take from Marx. Not only you were alienated before from your own reality, now you have to construct a new reality of yourself to be sold to the capitalists. This is the consequence of a certain failure in terms of the change in productive relationship, but it also contributed to this failure. This is a consonant. Let me see in Italian. Ciò è una conseguenza di un certo fallimento, ma ne è anche la causa. Ciò è una conseguenza di un certo fallimento, ma è anche la causa oggettiva in termini di modificazione dei rapporti produttivi di quel fallimento. So it does work as a translation there. This is the consequence of a certain failure in terms of change in production relationship, but it's also it is also the cause of this failure. It's a bit muddy. The contributor to this failure is like a bit muddy, I feel like. Young people's move away from the public and political interests is certainly a failure, but only of a way of seeing politics in authoritarian terms. The party, right? In this sense, the collapse of traditional values, the family, has included that of traditional political values, could not be otherwise. To propose a traditional discourse to young people, let's say that of a real revolutionary union, would be quite out of this world. Young people have certainly not been diverted from the myth of security, work, career, stability, family, and party in order to turn them into revolutionaries. So we should not believe that capital is working against itself. That's so good. If anything, it is the other way around. This is why our criticism of the party in the past always went right to the end, and the very party within us, to the very party within us, not to be confused with the new state's apparent criticism that wants to offer a new order given the apparent lack of order that now exists. In fact, their lack of security, flexibility is nothing more than a search already realized in some way for a greater, more significant security, therefore control. This goes so hard, and it exemplifies Italian culture so much. See something. I should say I also started streaming again because Destiny is down. I actually didn't know. I wanted to stream. And I wanted to stream some politics. Something that was like worthwhile doing. It's funny because the mind maintenance is going down right now. And I wouldn't be able to play Destiny anyway. So yeah. Life. This is at the center of young people's interests, living an acceptable life. It involves moving future objectives in a precarious and uncertain present. Yesterday's certainties are disappearing to make a way for a fashion of fluctuation passed off as opportunities, whereas they are nothing but illusions. Just in another way, yesterday's certainties were also illusions when placed in the optic of the party or the worker state. And it's easy to forget, young people do not take this into account, even as an object of criticism. All that simply does not exist. The daily sphere, personal relationship, day-to-day opportunity, experimentation, the uncritical rejection of politics has subconsciously taken the place of the paraphernalia of the past. The everyday becomes banal and repetitive. Personal relationship drown in boredom. Opportunities turn out to be fictitious. Experimentation is just a fashion, and the refusal of politics is simply due to ignorance and not the result of critical reflection. For the moment, all this cannot undergo deeper analysis. The response to the processes of reduction is often to turn back and look the models of the past. For example, capital is pushing towards flexibility, but those who get this message transform into adaptability and rediscover the value of bricolage. The misery of small needs satisfied through fake autonomy, through the renunciation of desire, they becomes habit, sacrifice, almost ascetic abstraction of need. That's so fucking good, and that's a hit on individual, like on lifestyleism, basically. Whether or not Bonanno is doing that, that's like a huge hit towards lifestyleism. So in the life of young people, alongside the behavior dictated by the modernization, rejection of work, career, social gratification, stability, the surrogate of getting by, illegal work, the pseudo-freedom of doing nothing, which often corresponds to not knowing what to do, is resurrected almost by magic. Almost as if by magic. Let me read that. So, in the life of young people, alongside the behavior dictated by modernization, um, so in the life of young people, alongside the behavior dictated by modernization, which is rejection of work, career, social gratification, and stability, the surrogate of getting by, illegal work, the pseudo freedom of doing nothing, is resurrected almost as if by magic. The past aggressiveness, or anyway the desire to move up in society, renunciation, permissiveness, horizontality, are now being opposed in a far more permeable context. It turns out that the chances of the average individual at the beginning of their social life being able to prove themselves with a few opportunities were greater in a context where the opportunities were less available. Today, where the contrary, there are more and more actual opportunities, there is a less subjective disposition, reflecting unconscious renunciation and abandonment to a rhythm of life that is believed to be chosen at will, whereas it is being programmed in the great laboratories of capital. Whereas it is being programmed in the great laboratories of capital. So, by the way, can you see the text well? Like, is it good? I watched my stream and it seemed good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shadow. Aggressiveness, or anyway the desire to move up in society. So, precariousness as a choice of life. I mean, I gotta read. What am I doing? I'm just criticizing a title. I should read. Anyways, seen in abstract, there can be no doubt that the rejection of a fixed social status, rigidity, and career, etc., is something positive. So much of the anarchist critique of the family, school, institutions, the state was aimed at dismantling of fixed roles, but the precariousness deriving from this, its provisional nature, must be accompanied just a second. Accompanied, of course. Must be accompanied by the intimate strength, an element of the individual's consciousness capable of transforming this unstable situation in something more stable and ordered, far from the provisional prison-like order imposed by the institution. So he's not an anti-organizationalist, in a way. or maybe I shouldn't say that, because anti-organizationalists are not against organizing society. They are against organizations as they are. They fear it's like a reestablishment of vanguardism, which is understandable. But as a social anarchist, I disagree. This is all fine, but how much of it is actually achieved in practice? The odd encounter of a critical project for destruction and stability with this. The odd encounter of a critical project for the destruction of stability with the state's project aimed at creating instability, because that is the best way to reorganize the process of exploitation, is certainly a fatal one. The two things are apparently similar but are actually profoundly different. Capital, and with it the state, has widened possibilities to a maximum, horizontally proposing a scenario that used to resemble a pyramid, but it is also possible to insert an insurmountable limit within the horizontal line. All the more insidious, the less visible and comprehensible it is. The fascination for precariousness involves nearly all young people now, but it is very different from the choice of precariousness that some of us made in our lives in other times. Compulsory precariousness is a status as rigid as what existed before. And I think that's true, of course, yeah. The swindle concealed behind this propaganda of widening the possibility provided by post-industrial society is better understood by looking at the comparison often made with bohemian way of life. Precariousness as an artistic or intellectual choice of taste. Now, is it possible to imagine such a mindset receiving mass level at the level of every possible job? Of course not. At least not in terms of creativity, because the equation of precariousness equals the equation of precariousness equals creativity. The equation precariousness equal creativity is incorrect when it is imposed by a routine that, rightfully or wrongly, is always the same. A few buttons, more or less. What changes is just the time and place by pressing them. Or pressing them, sorry. And this has to do also with like work from home shit. Like that gives you this sort of precariousness, like makes you feel like, oh, I actually have my own time to do my stuff and whatnot. It's still inside the rigid the rigid confinement of capitalism and the state within itself. And this also like talks about the bohemian life in the capitalist system, right? In the sense that you can be as bohemian as you want, you still have a routine that you have to follow, or you are in the streets, living in the streets, like under a bridge or something. You know what I mean? You are living in the streets as a homeless person. I'm not denigrating homeless people. I'm just saying, like, if you don't do the routine that you have to put in your precociousness, you will end up owning nothing at all. Like not even personally, right? That's what I'm saying. I know, absolutely would never talk ill of homeless people. So What was I? Okay. Creativity lacking, and this is missing by definition, as everyone can see. The possibility of upsetting the routine is also lacking. So the possibility of upsetting status, which is in this way crystallizes itself, is also lacking. Creativity cannot exist in absence of a consolidated identity, in the absence of a strong, volatile personality. We need a sense of security that allows us to move at ease within ourselves, even with all of the sometimes lancinating contradiction of such a journey, or in conditions of absolute precariousness and extreme difficulty at every level of survival. In fact, a lot could be said about creativity in coercive conditions, such as those of situation that is now widespread among young people. Even the stimuli for sociality, for the horizontality of decisions, the collectivity of experiences are positive elements, but but first they need to be filtered to become elements of the individual consciousness in order to be able to emerge as stimuli for creativity. As long as they remain as they are today, at least in general terms, impulses of a general conditions of the general conditions of the system, processes of fashion and unconditional acceptance, the time for their transformation into creative elements is still far away. So what he's saying here, let me see. So he's talking about prefiguration basically. He's saying that if we don't prefigure a sociality and a horizontality of decision, a collectivity of experience, if we don't prefigurate them as liberatory, as outside of this system, as outside the status quo, as elements that destroy the routine we live in, they will remain just impulses of general conditions of the system, processes of fashion and unconditional acceptance. That, for example, is what queer capitalism is, right? Defined of unconditional acceptance from the capitalist class. And the time for the transformation into creative elements is still far away. Shit is fire so far. Okay, adaptation. I don't speak this much in English, I guess. No, I do. I've been in VC in my communalist server. Not my, but as in I feel a commonality with it. Communalist server. I mean, talking to people and whatnot. Anyways, did anyone give a shit about my tweet? I don't think so, right? Yeah, no one. Did anyone see my tweet? Yeah, they did. Anyways. So, adaptation. Young people adapt. This is my tongue being weird. It's not the word. Can't fucking speak, apparently. Adapt. Okay. Young people adapt. That is reality, and the interests and strategies of the ruling class are pushing in that direction. Ooh. My throat is killing me right now. Not killing me, but like being annoying. Young people adapt. That is reality, and the interests and strategies of the ruling class are pushing in that direction. At the moment, it cannot be said that there are precise programs in this sense, i.e., of a clear reduction in terms of time. What is it? Sorry, just a second. i.e. of a clear reduction in terms of time and means employed for young people's abilities. But there is a trend in the interests of production, first of all the labor market, and a general rejection that has affected the very ability to orientate itself autonomously. Induced precarity is making young people avoid making an effort to transform this into chosen precarity. Moreover, after a while, even the possibility of distinguishing between the two is lost. You are in precarious situation and try to get by. The absence of consolidated references points somewhat desirable as levels as a level of the social, something desirable as a level of the social ladder, which once led the struggle when a revolutionary awareness was acquired also to incrementing the class struggle in terms of direct action and attack, now pushes, we're still thinking in general terms, to find a solution for the problems of everyday life. Whew, I don't know. I gotta reread that. I feel like from the beginning. Young people adapt. There is a reality. There is reality. And the interests and strategies of ruling class are pushing in that direction. At the moment, it cannot be said that there are precise programs in this sense, i.e. of a certain reduction in terms of time and means employed of young people's abilities. But there is a trend in the interests of production, first of all the labor market, and a general rejection that has affected the very ability to orientate itself autonomously. To orientate itself autonomously? I don't understand what that means. Not that translation is bad. I don't understand what that means. Let's see. I can find. Let's see. Al momento attuale non si può dire che ci siano programmi precisi in questo senso, cioè nel senso di una realizzazione precisa in ordine al tempo e ai mezzi impiegati, delle capacità dei giovani, ma c'è un andamento oggettivo degli interessi della produzione, quindi in primo luogo del mercato del lavoro. C'è un rifiuto generalizzato che ha colpito la stessa capacità di orientarsi in modo autonomo. Yeah, that translation is not good there, I feel like. I feel like this should say oneself, not itself. He writes very like it's very like easy to follow, but is in Italian. I mean Bonanno. It's really easy to follow, but it's also dense. Like he uses the phrases he writes, he composes, I guess, are very intricate, but they're very easy to understand. I feel like he doesn't use huge words, or like he tries to be as accessible as possible, I feel like. At this moment there is no as it says there, as it says here, at the moment it cannot be said that there are precise programs in this, i.e., let's see how it says here, i.e. in the sense of a precise reduction in order of time and means employed of the capacity of young people. So there is not a precise reduction of the capacity of young people through time and means employed. But there is let's see how it says that. There is a trend, yeah. There's a trend, an objective trend of the interests of production, and so in first place of the labor market, and there is a generalized rejection that has the same capacity of the same capacity to orientate oneself and autonomously. So that's how I will translate it, right? I hope this is this is pretty I hope this is exhaustive. Not exhaustive. How does? Let me see if it's exhaustive. Oh, it is exhaustive. It's exhaustive. Yeah, exhaustive. There is a term in English. I hope this is exhaustive enough to be understood. So, induced precarity is making young people avoid making an effort to transform this into chosen precarity. Moreover, after a while, even the possibility of distinguishing between the two is lost. You are in a precarious situation and try to get by. The absence of consolidated reference points, something desirable as a level of the social ladder. Let me see how it says here, because I don't understand that point. Yeah, I think that's pretty decent. No, that's a pretty decent translation there. The loss of reference points, consolidated reference points, I feel like. Yeah, of consolidated reference points, that works. Something as desirable as a level of the social ladder. Let's see, how is it? Something desirable as a level? No, something as desirable as a level of the social ladder. It says here. No, wait. Something to desire as a level of the social ladder. Something to desire as a level of the social ladder. I guess something desirable as a level of the social ladder works. I feel like to desire would be better. will be more structured as a phrase. I don't know. Which once led to struggle, and when revolutionary awareness was acquired, also to incrementing the class struggle. In terms of direct action and attack, now, we're still thinking in general terms, pushes to find a solution for the problems of everyday life. So the absence of consolidated points, which once led to struggle and true revolutionary awareness to a class struggle through direct action and material attacks to the state and whatnot, now pushes to find a solution for problems of everyday life. And this solution can only be sought at a lower level. One looks around and accepts them seemingly inevitable modes of compromise in a short term of an individual, or at most a ghetto vision. One looks around. Oh my god. This fucking sound is distracting me. One looks around and accepts them. Oh, what specifically? Dissolution? Missing. Thank God I have the book. La condotta si spinge il giovane ad evitare ogni sforzo di trasformare questa situazione in precarietà scelta. A partire dai punti di riferimento cos'è? Cosa che prima spingeva la lotta nel caso anche l'alimentazione dello scontro di classe in termini di attacco. Adesso spinge, stiamo parlando di risoluzione della vita quotidiana. Questa risoluzione non può essere cercata che ad un livello inferiore. And this resolution, not this solution, this resolution of this, I guess resolution doesn't work as well as it works in Italian. To find a solution or a resolution for the problems of everyday life, and this resolution can only be sought at a lower level. We look around and we accept Okay, so let me see this translation here, because this translation don't. What does that say? Accept them? No. The problems, I guess. One looks around and accept them seemingly inevitable seemingly inevitable models of compromise in the short term, in the optic of an individual, or almost a ghetto vision. Let me see how I can translate it better. One looks around and accepts as unavoidable or inevitable models of short-term compromise No. It's different. One looks around and accepts as unavoidable, inevitable. One accepts as inevitable models of compromise, of short-term compromise. That's what is being accepted. I was so turned around with that damn there. This damn here really turned around the entire. So what it says here? One looks around and accept as seemingly inevitable models of short-term compromise. And that's a phrase. That's what is being accepted. The models of short-term compromise. In the optic of the individual vision, or at most as a ghetto vision. Potentials are immersed in the vast sea of possibilities. Let me see how it says here. The potentialities are immersed in a vast sea of possibilities, and end up drowning in a glass of water of compromises with itself, with themselves. So the people that take these compromises of compromises with oneself and the environment. Yeah, the oneself and the environment. There you go. That works. Potentialities are immersed in a vast sea of possibilities and end up drowning in a glass of water of compromises with oneself and the environment. Whew. This translation is it's not that good. It's good, but I feel like it was made by someone that doesn't speak Italian as the first language, because they don't understand the nuance of the language sometimes, which, it's totally fair. It's not an issue that they can do anything about. If you weren't born with that language, you usually will lose the nuance to certain modes and whatnot. Anyways, lost identity is no longer sought in terms of conflict and personal suffering, something that once pushed towards research and why not towards utopia. Lost identity is no longer sought in terms of conflict and personal suffering, but is sought in generalizing decisiveness. One finds uncertainty, partiality, and what's available. One finds uncertainty, partiality, what's available, the tangible. The amount of common sense to be found in youth circle is disconcerting. Low-end pragmatism, which has been exchanged, think, for nihilism. That completely cuts off relations with medium and long-term projectuality, the big question of life, the social upheavals that could come out about voluntarism, if not revolutionary, at least radical. I don't understand the way that was worded. The lost identity is not found anymore in terms of conflict and so in terms of personal suffering, something that in the past would push would push to research and if whatnot to utopia, but it's found in the same generalized indecisiveness. That works, generalized indecisiveness. It is disconcerting the amount of common sense that works. This works. Is to be found. It's in youth circles. It is a okay. Yeah, that translation that is pretty bad. Again, it feels like this person doesn't, is not Italian. But I may be wrong. Let me see. Who did the translation? Who did the translation? Seriously? There isn't if I go to PDF, let's see. Oh, let me see. Maybe here. Oh, the following piece is a translation in course, unfinished, unedited. Is now ready for publication. Will modify from time to time. Please bear this in mind and do not reproduce it as finished. But linking it this okay, yeah, it's not finished and not edited. Okay, yeah. Okay. Understandable. This is voluntary work that people do. It's totally understandable if it's not good enough right now. I just wanted to see who was that made the translation, because it's a bit, I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back, okay? So yeah, let's the amount, let's see, what is it? I'm reading here. The amount of common sense to be found in youth circle is disconcerting. That works. It is it is a type of like low-end pragmatism that works. Is a type of low-end pragmatism that has been exchanged. Scambiato doesn't like mean exchanged in that sense. No, it's mistaken. Because he's anarcho. I think I've not read his pieces on Nietzsche, but I think he has obviously a different conception of nihilism from the general common idea of nihilism. Nihilism is not or there's nothing, nothing means anything, and so you should just lay down and die. Nihilism means there's no meaning to life, so find meaning to life in whatever way you can, basically. At least that's how I think of it. Yo, what's up, Mikey? Thank you. Thank you so much, buddy. 26 months. A long time. How you doing, my friend? Yo, what's up? Thank you so much. It's appreciated. I'm reading through Bonanno, Alfredo Bonanno. Oh, you're not feeling well, my friend? I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. I just I don't know how long I'm gonna stream, like throughout the days and whatnot. I have a lot of stuff coming up, you know. I need to be to Sicily at the end of May. Then I have a job on the 21st of June, and then I have the Slipknot Fest in at the end of June, in the same week of that job that I gotta do. It's crazy. Oh no. Oh, that sounds... Oh, that's awful. I'm sorry, friend. Can't you get a practitioner? Chiropractitioner? Is that a term? I don't know. Oh, damn. Jesus. I'm sorry if I'm laughing. I'm just... Jesus. That's hard on me. Goddamn. I'm sorry, friend. So you don't have any solution for this? Where is it? Can do massage therapy either? I don't know what to tell you. You need surgery, basically, right? And in America, it costs us like $200,000. Oh shit! Stem cells injections? Jeez. You're not being a candidate for it? That sounds like they don't know what they're doing, to be honest. It feels like you need surgery. Listen, use your jus sanguinis, change residency to Italy, and get fixed here, I guess. That's literally what my co-host is doing. Or he's doing it because he wants to leave America, but like, the surgery can make things worse. If you don't meet certain factors. This is horrible, I'm sorry. Oh. Sorry, friend. Whoa, you're stuck with terrible pain? But not depressed? Oh, there's the silver lining. Yeah, Shadow was talking about leaving America. because all of the terrible legislation about trans people now. Seems like it's a bad time to be in America right now. Jesus Christ. That's why you should read Bonanno and start your insurrection. I'm joking, I'm kidding. Don't start insurrections on my word. No. I'm joking, I'm kidding. Don't read Ahmed Joy that you can find on the Anarchist Library. Don't get radicalized into insurrectionism. Hello, diggers. Hi. I'm sorry, friend. Really hate to hear this shit. Man, I barely passed half the book here. What is it? Fortunately, as I said, this translation is, it's in the process. No, of course, no. I appreciate that you sharing it with me. It's, folks, of course, you can talk to me about anything. But yeah. It's okay if you bum me out. No, it's okay. I hate the idea of like people that like say that stream should be drama free and that bullshit like that. Don't do trauma dumping, all that sort of shit they say. I hate that idea. It's a communal place where you like talk about your experiences and whatnot. You know? My hair looks kind of decent right now. I gotta do my beard a bit too long right now. Are you had any? I saw that you were like. Saw that you were doing more more new stuff on your YouTube channel or whatnot. That terrible person that talked in Pittsburgh, I think. Anyway, what was I? Oh yeah, I was trying to find mistaken. So the amount of common sense to be found in your circle is disconcerting, and that works. Don't get a cameraman. Gotcha. That sucks, my friend. I left my channel basically. We didn't do the podcast anymore, but I will push through it. I swear to God, I will push through it. And when Nick finally moves to Italy forever, we will do the podcast again, which means I gotta figure out my mental health in a month. Oh, thank you. I'll try. I don't know what we gotta do. I don't know what we will pivot through. I feel like I wanna start reading theory on the channel and whatnot. We'll see. Anyways. So, that works. This line works. The amount, let me see if I can find it again on here. We're reading through Alfredo Bonanno, Youth in a Post-Industrial Society, which I bought recently, Alfredo Bonanno, which is, if you don't know, basically he's still alive. He's like 86 or something. Yeah, of course. Thank you for the look. He's like the sort of modern father of modern anarcho-insurrectionalism. I don't ascribe to anarcho-insurrectionism, so don't come after me, police, please. I'm just reading this analysis. He has very good analysis, I feel like, on class struggle, in the new class struggle. This was written in 1988. Incredible piece about the destruction of class struggle in society, in post-industrial society, and I'm barely through half of it. It's like 17 pages on PDF. This has 2 essays actually. This has the book itself that I bought as a Youth in a Post-Industrial Society, and then it has what does it mean life? Literally, what does it mean life? That's the name of the essay. That is interesting. I'm reading through what it means life, and it's really interesting. A bit Eurocentric, but in the sense that like talks about Christianity and Hebrew religion. You could say I guess you could probably say that of other religions as well. Oh, whatever. Let's continue to read this. So, okay, let's read from the beginning again. The lost identity is not found anymore in terms of conflict and so in terms of personal suffering, something that in the past would push oneself to research and why not towards utopia, but it is searched in the same indecisiveness, in the same generalized indecisiveness. Identifica con l'incertezza, con la parzialità, con quello che passa il governo. One identifies themselves with the uncertainty, the partiality, and with what the government passes as what the government passes as reality, with the immediately tangible. That translation is not good. Right there. Again, this translation has not been edited and it's still going through. I'm not, shitting on the translator. Of course, if you're not Italian speaking, you probably won't understand the nuances of the text, whatnot. Not gonna talk shit about them. Talk ill of the translator. It's a complicated language sometimes. So bear that in mind about this translation is what I mean. So yeah. Let's say people identify with uncertainty, with partiality, with what the government passes as reality, with the immediately tangible. It is disconcerting the amount of quote unquote common sense that one could find in the youth circles, I guess. Yeah, youth circles. It is a low-end pragmatism which has been mistaken, for nihilism, because again, he has a very particular idea of nihilism that is not just life has no meaning, just lie down and die. It means life has no meaning, so make meaning of life, right? And not doing like philosophical suicide or whatever in the Camusan terms, right? But doing, I don't know if he's Camusan, but like I am at least. Not in a Camusan, not in a philosophical suicide as Camus says, but like do shit. Sorry, that was super super loud. Do shit, do stuff in your life that changes everyone else reality in a positive way. Is what nihilism is for him, and by that he means violence, which I don't ascribe to at all. I don't know if he does, but he's an anarcho-insurrectionist, so you know. So it is a type of low-end pragmatism that has been mistaken for nihilism, which cuts completely the ties with medium and long projectuality, with the grand, could be also said, the grand questions of life, and the social upheavals that could be realized through voluntarism, if not revolutionary, at least radical, a radical one, a radical voluntarism, if not revolutionary. Exactly in the moment in which the power speaks of widening the infinity of possibility, the young, let's see how does it translate here. Young people grasping the profound meaning of this response. Let's see if it's yeah. Young people grasping the profound meaning of this response found themselves, enclose themselves, right? Are closing themselves up. Yeah, that works. But enclose themselves is more proper, I feel. In minimal satisfaction, in fatalism, in daily realism, in reduced tension, in halved and the reduced tension, in the ghetto in which you can survive. So what has been trying to explain this entire time, for those who aren't here, is that class relations have changed through technology, through the post-industrial technological revolution, one can say, in which and this is my interpretation, in which people, workers do not sell the labor value anymore, because in reality they are not needed anymore, because automation has, especially in 2023, this was written in 1988 and already makes these points, but especially in 2023, people shouldn't be really in production at all. Like, everything can be perfectly automated. The reality is the capital needs social capital. The capital needs to reproduce itself socially to continue to exist. Because if people start understanding that capital doesn't need to exist, they will destroy it. So what happens is that now there is a new type of exploitation by the included against the excluded. There's this new type of exploitation which is taking away the potentiality from young people, giving them precariousness, and taking away knowledge from them of the technological advancements we have now, and basically making them sell themselves on a social level. You gotta sell your identity now. For example, as a queer person, as it is, queer people need to sell their queerness to social capital, in social capital, to the capitalist system in general, to enter a job, basically. Most times, like if you are queer in a neoliberal rainbow capitalist company, you will have to sell your queerness to them to be able to be elected as a employed, right? And so there is no labor power to be sold anymore. It's a myth that we continue to espouse, especially on the left. The reality is that we don't have anything at all. The motto that he employs is very particular. He takes what is it? He takes Durruti's motto, right? If I can find the one in the book, it's better, actually. Modificazioni di classe, definizione prossima distruzione. Oh, there you go. So the old motto that was like attributed to Durruti, but that Durruti never said, it was made up by a journalist. Still goes very hard for being made up by a journalist. So probably the journalist was an anarchist himself. This is not the full motto, but it's a part. We can destroy everything because we I guess I could read the translation. It's already up here. I don't want to move this. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna translate it on the fly right now. We can destroy everything because we can remake everything, in so far that we have made everything. So that, like, you know, it says, the quote continues that says, workers have constructed the buildings in which the bourgeoisie exists and whatnot, which is a take I also have oftentimes. But the reality is, the new motto is, we have to destroy everything because nothing we could never utilize in a libertarian way, in a liberatory way. It's actually more proper. Not because libertarian doesn't work. Libertarian works because libertarian means anarcho-socialist, anarcho-communist. But in a liberatory, here is saying liberatorio, which is liberatory. not libertarian, as someone as the person has translated in the book, in the PDF. We have to destroy everything because we could never utilize in a liberatory way that which the bosses are building today to guarantee their dominion, and because it is something that we can never understand or know, staying inside the dimension of class like the one of today. So yeah, oh my god, I'm smudging all of the book apparently. Anyways. Sorry, I'm looking through some things. So, and so he's talking about this precariousness in which young people stay. So this book is like about, you know, as it says, young people in the post-industrial society, and it's directed at them. It's to say to them, you gotta find again the need for knowledge, to understand your place in society, in the sense of like what the placement has been constructed for you and how to destroy it and whatnot. I'm still at page 10, Jesus Christ. Precisely at the time when power is speaking of expanding to infinite possibility, young people grasping the profound meaning of this response are closing themselves in minimal satisfaction, fatalism, daily realism, reduced and half-reduced tension in the ghetto where it is possible to survive. Okay. And that makes pretty good sense. The weak part. Let me read in Italian first. Grande quantità costituisce la parte debole, quella che ha problemi di realizzazione. In una situazione di svuotamento generalizzato della scuola, sia a livello di contenuti che a livello di legittima accessibilità al mercato del lavoro, sono ristretta minoranza, probabilmente più forte e anche più vicina socialmente a certi. Non è proprio solo quella minoranza, questa minoranza può programmarsi dentro certi limiti dell'accessibilità a livelli post-scolastici. Cioè, soli che garantiscono l'ingresso nel mondo degli inclusi. Regole esistono surrogati che sono stati proposti gli antichi valori contro valori che da tempo the big quantity means the majority of the population, I think, because it says right here the great quantity as well, so the larger quantity, I guess. So it's not, it's once again the issue of like understanding the nuance of the language here. It's not the fault of the translator. The large majority of people, I think, it says here, constitutes the weak part. I think that which has problems of realization in a situation of general emptying of school, both in the content and at the level of access to labor market. That works, as I read here. Only a minority, economically stronger and socially closer to the centers of power management, can program themselves within certain limits and gain access to post-school education levels the only ones that guarantee entry in the world of the included. So yeah, he doesn't divide class into the old Marxist way or whatever. He divides it very generally into the included inside the wall, inside the castle, and the excluded outside of it. So that's when he says included, he means, the capitalist class, the social capitalist class as well. You don't need to be a capitalist, You can, but yeah. For the weak part, there exist substitutes that have been cut out specifically on the ancient values of contrast, I guess, because it says here, like, it is very literal. I hear the translation, right? Cut out of the old values, quote unquote, against. There should be a comma there. One supported by revolutionaries. Well, that doesn't even work on supported, because it says supported by revolutionaries, basically. So I think it's saying that there are substitutes in terms of like education, I guess, and like they continue to divide society in the old values of the old class struggle that was proposed by the revolutionaries of the Stalinist and Marxist-Leninist milieu, I guess. This is what he's trying to say. Which, and then he says here, you remember the quality of life? I don't know what he's referring to, quote unquote quality of life. I guess the concept of like searching a good quality of life, I guess. This example alone can explain what I'm talking about. He says, the new ghetto. The young person cut off from the side. Il giovane tagliato fuori fin dall'inizio, invece si indirizza non più verso i contenuti culturali e i solidi che potrebbero garantirgli un accesso al mondo degli inclusi, ma verso il campo dell'apparente. Il tetto si chiude attorno alle parti dello spossessamento, interamente gli elementi sostanziali del consiglio. Anche in chiave. Relazionali da contatti, conoscenze posto nel settore del tempo libero, della realizzazione delle relazioni dei rapporti, pratica di vita quotidiana, degli hobby, delle pratiche religiose, mistiche, esoterica, astrologica, ascetica. Oh, that will make my girlfriend mad, fiance mad, I guess. But he's right. I'm sorry. So let's see if this works. The young person cut off from the start, from opportunity, it means. it's well translated there, but I'm trying to give context to the words here. No longer, apart from due exception, apart from certain exceptions, right? Of course, there are people that listen or not. It goes no longer goes towards educational content that works. Here it says cultural content. It's better actually, cultural content, because it gives more of a nuance about not just educational as in cultural content, like it also means like understanding cultures and different your culture and different cultures, and like understanding the nuance of life and whatnot. Educational is like more of a like strict like scientific understanding of life, right? So here I think he's saying cultural. No longer goes towards cultural content. The only thing that could guarantee them access to the world of the included, well, actually educational. Then he's right. The person is right here. Yeah, educational content, but towards a vast field of appearance, of the vast field of appearances. The ghetto closes in around the weak side with the seal of dispossession. Slowly, the substantial elements that once led the use of cultural tools also, that's a good translation there. I would have made a huge mistake there if I was the translator. I would have had to reread and edit it. Slowly, the substantial elements that once led to the use of cultural tools, as also in a revolutionary sense of becoming aware of one's class conditions, I should say, are replaced by relational, interrelational elements, contacts, people who one knows, opportunities, possibilities. Everything moves in the field of leisure, emotional relationships, friendships, everyday practices, hobbies, hobbies. Let me see how it says here. Hobbies. Yeah, the reflux. It works. Yeah, that works. A reflux of religious, mysteric, esoteric, astrological, ascetic practices. And that's so poignant, especially about American society, for example, with the hippie whatever shit movement that like has completely destroyed the mind of most Americans in places like California and whatnot, right? People go into this sort of like lifestylist behavior that would be fine if it was paired by revolutionary consciousness, but it's not, and it becomes their entire ideology, and it's reinforced by the existing ideology of the state. So if they are white, they start reinforcing white supremacy and the usual status quo. If they are, for example, black, they may start upholding black capitalism, what's called as black capitalism, and so forth, so on and so forth, right? Oh, this is so good. It's crazy how good this is right now. Like this explains, if you want to understand the modern Italian history or like culture or like society, you gotta read this fucking book, this pamphlet. It's so good. The same, let's see, even political commitment, that's better. Even political commitment, which when it reemerges through the swindle of rejection of ideologies, Yeah, when it reemerges through the swindle of the rejection of ideologies, that works perfectly. Rejection imposed by the same let me see, ideology imposed by the administration of power itself, that works perfectly. I would have made it much worse. I would have translated it much worse. Political commitment is, and this is what he gets. What he gets, you know, when it gets dangerous for me to read. Political commitment is directed towards pacifist, non-violent exageration. Exageration. Yeah. That works, I guess. Edulcorazione is like edulcorazione. Edulcorazione is I think he is making an analogy about horses, because he says edulcorazione. Edulcorazione, edulcorato, means sweetener. And so I think he's saying here, political commitment is directed towards the sweetening that is pacifist and non-violent exaggeration. It's really complicated to translate. I commend the person that is translating this, because he's saying like political commitment is like putting your mouth as a sweetener with this veneer of like pacifism, of like, oh, we gotta respect the Stato di diritto, we gotta respect the democratic process and whatnot. We gotta be non-violent. Only the cops can be violent. Only them. They have the justification to murder people and beat them to death or throw them off a fucking window and whatnot. The a priori conditional, the a priori, yeah, that works. Questa condizione a priori di pratiche dissociative. Yeah. Towards a priori condition of dissociative in the sense of separate practices, of like of sectorial interventions. Yeah, that works. Of sectorial interventions, it's said of here. Of sectorial interventions, of like being doing stuff for just one thing, like the one issue parties sort of movements, right, and stuff like that. And that's wild because he basically predicted so many political parties in this way. This is 1988. This is before the Second Republic in Italy. So he already predicted what Berlusconi, what fucking Lega Nord was gonna be. All of these sort of like one issue parties, Movimento 5 Stelle, etc. The new ghetto is then closed inside the walls of accommodation, I guess. Ugara is therefore, is therefore closed within the walls of accommodation. Daily life, escape into mystery. Into mystery, and I think he means like into like. So there is a nihilism, right, about life, is what he's trying to say. Like, because we cannot, because these people, because the precarious, do not find themselves gaining class consciousness and whatnot, they gotta find their meaning into the philosophical suicide, or the Camusian philosophical suicide of like adhering to one specific ideology and whatnot, or like adhering to one specific weird religion or like hobby and whatnot as the matter of life. Of the reduction of the let's see how it translates here. Commitment, yeah. The new Gara is therefore closed within the walls of accommodation, daily life, escape into mystery, reduce commitment in this or that sector. The rest, what is it? The rest, the society, the revolutionary action, the dream of a better world is forgotten. And let's see, it's forgotten. The express of the reasonableness of things. So it's okay as a translation, but I want to do better. So, the rest, society, the revolutionary action, the dream of a better world, is being forgotten. Indeed, it is being forgotten on the order of the. Indeed, has been forgotten on the express order of the reasonable. No, it's good actually. On the reasonableness of the things, of reality as it is right now. We gotta be reasonable. We cannot be anarchists because, this is what he's trying to say. We cannot be anarchists because it's chaos. Because we gotta be reasonable. Capitalism can be worked through social democratic milieus and whatnot, all this sort of shit. Right. Next one is la funzione dell'affettività. Oh, is this gonna be bad? Let's see. It's a piece from 1988, so can be bad sometimes. Let me check something. Okay. So, the function of affectivity, that works. In a situation that is centralized in the compromise and accommodation, in front of the problem of the impossibility of building a correct identity, a correct personal identity by building a correct personal identity by seeing oneself forced to go back to a minimal position, but Realistico stesso riceve supposizioni minori che sono le sole a garantire un possibile equilibrio. Minimal positions, the only one able to guarantee a possible balance. I don't know why a line here is not. Oh, because the person put it at the beginning. Affectivity becomes particularly important in a situation centered. Yeah, I get it. That's a better translation that I was gonna do. Affectivity becomes a particularly important in a situation centered on compromise and accommodation. When faced with the problem of the impossibility of building a correct personal identity by seeing oneself forced to go back to minimal positions, the only one able to guarantee a possible balance. Friendship, relazioni alla pari. Yeah, I guess peer relationships. I wouldn't know how to translate this. I don't even know what it means in Italian. Relazioni alla pari. Let's see if it translates it. Let's see. Google. Yeah, what is it in Italian actually? Nell'adolescenza equal relationships? I guess the person that like relazione alla pari, let's see. An equal relationship. A peer relationship. Okay, it works. Yeah, because it's the term peer to peer, I guess, and whatnot. Yeah. That works. Okay. So, friendships, peer relationships, love affair, love relationships, not love affair. Love affair is like, you have, I guess it works. Frequentations of the same places, codification of gestures, of attitudes, words, etc. Codificazione degli stessi gesti, of the same gestures, attitudes, words, etc. Little by little, we get attached to the same people, the same things, the same words, the same gestures, and while constantly changing even the same clothes, everything changes so that nothing changes. Affection replaces what no longer exists. Jesus Christ. Ideology, organized labor, violence, social differences, a pyramidal structure of society. Jesus Christ. You're a bit too strong on these conceptions, my friend. Bit too strong. But I understand what he means. It's just that he does a bit of a zero-sum game sometimes. I understand what he's saying. He's saying that all attention, and this is what I was talking about, right? Also before at the beginning, our attention span has been shifted towards creating a social bubble in which we can survive the meaninglessness of wage slavery and precariousness capitalist life. Precarious capitalist life. And so what should be, he says that it replaces, but like what should also be there should be to if I was to edit this, what also should be there is the knowledge of ideology, of organized labor, of violent social differences, and the knowledge of a pyramidal structure of society. The fact that society is a pyramid and whatnot. Affezione alle stesse persone, alle stesse cose, alle stesse parole, agli stessi gesti. Continuo cambiamento anche agli stessi vestiti, tutto è cambiato. Nulla cambia, l'affetto, i condizionamenti. Wait, that's not what. That's not exactly what he says here. Let's see. Affection substitutes what now doesn't exist anymore. The conditioning, the ideological conditioning, the organization of labor, which is now precarious, the violent social, let's see how it says there, the violent social, violent social differences works. The structure, the pyramidal structure of society. So, it substitutes the knowledge, is to say, even in the original text, I mean, like Bonanno should have said, the knowledge of the conditioning of ideology, the ideological conditioning that the state produces on ourselves, so social reproduction, the fact that labor should be organized, the knowledge of the violent social differences that exist, fascists and anti-fascists, the knowledge of the pyramidal structure of society. So this is not again only translated. Right here is Bonanno that should have put another word in. I think, at least I think, I'm like interpreting the what Bonanno is saying. I don't know if I'm right. A vortex is created within which the enclosure of a ghetto solidifies. Internal equality solidifies a ghetto. Yeah. Reality proposes the same experiences. Let's see if reality proposes the same experiences to the subject who cannot manage the life differently, even in some hypothetical maximum potential. And that's true, because what happens is that rich people who have the maximum potential go through existential crisis every fucking day. Boo-hoo, like the smallest violin ever, right? But like they still, through the maximum potentiality that they can have, they still go through wild personal struggle every day. That's why they use every sort of like insane behavior and whatnot to sort of satisfy themselves, power trips and whatnot. In realtà propone le stesse esperienze del soggetto. Quest'ultimo. Hello there, Wolf Skeptic. Welcome to the stream. Italy is doing very bad. Let's see. What is created? Maximum potential, even in the hypothetical maximum potential. So the static nature of experiences between the external reality and the individual is postponed. So this, let's see. Wait. Quindi un rinvio di staticità, esperienze tra realtà esterna e individuo. O di staticità. Un rinvio. What does it mean? So the static nature is postponed, I guess. Yeah, that works actually. The person that translated this is good. It's just they haven't like checked their own translation, I guess. So the static nature of experiences between external reality and individual is postponed. That's true. Questo si modella su quella riproduce i modelli di questo. What the? Let's see how this is modeled on that and reproduces the model, and that reproduces the model of this. Is basically the translation. I just don't know what it means. Not even in Italian. I guess there is a cycle that like it's never ending, I guess, and distracts you. External reality is experienced as something distant and incomprehensible anyway. No, I don't know about that. I've never heard that. Reality proposes the same experiences. Wait, what am I reading? Getting distracted. External reality is experienced as something distant and incomprehensible. La realtà esterna viene vissuta come un fatto lontano e incomprensibile in fondo. And anyway, not all that interesting. Yeah, that works. Not all that interesting. What we perceive are determined elements of this reality: everyday life with its myth, common sense, commonplaces, sport, music, fashion, the symbols of beauty, possession, strength, etc. Yeah, that works. The rest, the ultimate causes of these symbols that are on our skin in everyday life are considered, and in fact are, far away, of little importance, therefore in essence non-existent. As a life is still always action, not simply expectation, here it is transformed into a spectacle. Okay. Resto. La realtà esterna viene vissuta come un fatto lontano e incomprensibile, in fondo poco interessante. I understand that. Quello che si coglie sono gli elementi terminali di questa realtà, la vita quotidiana, i miti, il suo consenso, i suoi luoghi della bellezza. Il resto, le cause ultime di questi sono il nostro contatto di pelle e le giorni vengono e sono di fatto lontani e poco incidenti e quindi in sostanza inesistenti. Come la vita. Ah, ok. Come la vita è pur sempre azione e non semplice aspettativa, è quella che si inspetta. Facoltosamente incrementata dal potere dei giovani, coincide la loro, trovare la propria strada, la propria individualità. Ok. rest, the ultimate causes. Oh shit, it's 7:30. I wanna finish this read. I'm still at page 11. Jesus Christ. Did 4 hours and I did 10 pages. Oh, Jesus. The rest, ultimate causes of. I mean, you know, I'm also speaking about the text, like giving my analysis of what for whatever that means. That's worth. The rest, the ultimate causes of these symbols that are on screen every life, I consider in fact are really important, therefore in essence no exist. And as life is still always action, not simply expectation, it is transformed into a spectacle. In this area, greatly enriched by power, young people can still have some influence, say what they like, find their own way, their individuality. In the field in which they feel more themselves, laws reign that taken in themselves are the realization of the old utopia. Equality, fraternity, friendship, affection, love, peace, non-violence. All cows are grey in the realm of fictitious. Wow! Il campo in cui si sentono loro stessi, quote unquote loro stessi, regnano leggi che da sempre la realizzazione della vecchia utopia. I don't understand what he means there. Like, I personally don't understand what he's saying right there. Greatly reached by power, young people can still have some influence. I understand that. In the field in which they feel more themselves, certain laws reign that taken in that taken in themselves, that works, are the realization of the old utopia. That's true. Etc. etc. Only that in the reign of the fictitious, all the cows are grey. I don't know what that means at all. In the realm of the fictitious, only that. How do I translate that? So okay. Only issue, I guess I could say. Only issue is that all cows are grey in the realm of the fictitious, which I have no idea what that means. I think I gotta call it there because I gotta eat. It's 7:30. I've done 4 hours of stream. I think that's enough for today. Yeah. Let's put a. Can I put a pin or something into this? Imagine. Let's see this. There you go. I've done it. Okay, so I obviously will be back at some point to finish this book. Probably tomorrow. Probably same time. I don't want to push myself into shit that I don't want to do. So I'm gonna be on again, around 3 p.m. GMT +1 tomorrow, and we will finish this. I swear to God we will. What day is it tomorrow? Wait. Okay, it's Wednesday. Okay, I can. Because on Thursday I have a dentist appointment. But yeah, thank you so much for stopping by. It's always appreciated. Thank you, Mikey, for this 26 months of subbing. Anyways, let me change to this. So, gotta kind of refocus myself to remember. So basically, the main point that this pamphlet, I don't know, pamphlet booklet, is trying to make is that technology has completely changed the class struggle. It has made it not anymore a struggle about belongings, what you have, but a struggle about what you are. And so, since basically with the post-industrial technology, basically the reality is that labor power is not existent anymore. Is not existent at this point. The reality is that you gotta sell yourself as an identity, as a person, instead of your labor power to the bosses, to the included, from the as an excluded to the included. That's how Bonanno cuts up society in general, in a general idea. He doesn't do the capitalists and the proletariat anymore, but he does those who are included inside the walls of the citadel, and those who are excluded from the citadel. And this citadel is the knowledge of technology and not only the knowledge of technology, but also the wielding of technology in like an actual powerful way. Instead of being passive users of technology like most people, like the excluded, the lumpen proletariat and the proletariat, which are terms he doesn't use anymore. This book was published in 1988, so bear that in mind. He again talks about how technology has changed the way we relate to each other and whatnot. If you want to see the first part of this reading, you can go back to the other stream. I'm not gonna redo it again. I gotta open my window. It's super hot in here. Just a second. Whew. Yeah. So. Mancanza di identità, lack of identity. Yeah. So let's go from there, from lack of identity. Now I will keep reading the PDF, but also follow it with the actual book here. And yeah, the translation obviously is like not finished. It's voluntary work, so I don't blame them for not finishing the translation properly and having edited it. Also, it seems like it's a person that doesn't speak Italian precise, like as a native language, because there are certain nuances to the language that they don't seem to understand, which is understandable, completely understandable. I don't blame them for this translation at all. If anything, they translate the the book better than I would. So there you go. But if you see some weird translations and me like explaining the translation, it's because the translation wasn't finished properly. So lack of identity. We're seeing all of this. We're seeing that all of this makes the construction of the personality difficult, or at least follows conditions of adaptation that produce flexible personalities with little identity of their own. The things could not be otherwise. In situations in which the potential opportunities increase, to avoid absolute frustration, one must necessarily fall back on opportunistic, pragmatic choices. Escape into illusion, drugs, religions, various mysteries, and by mysteries he means, like esoteric practices and stuff like that, physical bodybuilding, etc. But identity is not built on such weak bases. Of course, even the old careerist with a strong identity. Let's see, because I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened here. This is Italian here, but they didn't finish the part. Let's see. Certo, con il vecchio anche il vecchio carrierista dall'identità forte faceva le sue prove nell'opportunismo e nella schiena flessibile. So, of course, even the old careerist that works with a strong identity, like the old stereotype of the man of the proletarian, or the big businessman and whatnot. This very patriarchal figure. Even them. Will have his trials, I could say, as in not a trial in a not a trial in a place of law, a trial in the sense of like it's like trying trials or like and whatnot. Will have his trials in opportunism and in having a flexible back. So even the old type of careerist, of person that tries to get a career going and whatnot, with the strong like old style, like strongly obviously it's in quotes here because it's not real, right? With a strong identity, will try to be an opportunist and have like flexibility to himself and a flexible back so he could like lean forward and like prostrate themselves to the bosses and whatnot. But this was a process of decisions, a strategy, if you like ridiculous and Machiavellian, but still a strategy. The opportunism we are talking about is substance, not strategy, content, not the outer skin. This opportunism is devoid of identity, any identity, even that of the exploiter, which is still identity. Let me read in Italian because I didn't understand what it means here. Ma il suo certo anche nel vecchio carrierista di identità forte faceva le sue prove nell'opportunismo e nella schiena flessibile, ma il suo era un processo di decisione, una strategia, se si vuole, visibile e machiavellica. Yeah, that works. Ma pur sempre una strategia. L'opportunismo di cui discutiamo è sostanza non strategia, è contenuto non scorza. Questo opportunismo è privo di identità. Si voglio identità, anche quella dello strutture che è sempre identità resta. Okay, so what he's saying is that the style of opportunism is like it has become the ethos, the essence of the young person, and so there is no identity anymore. There is only opportunism, basically. And then he says like. Any sort of identity, even the identity of an exploiter, which is still an identity, is not there, is what he's saying. And being devoid of identity, he goes into fray. Yeah. Essendo privo di identità va allo sbaraglio. Yeah, he goes into frameworks. So we have it that young people can look for work but leave their situation of unemployed, illegal workers as externals, as a transitory situation. Today here, tomorrow there, the day after tomorrow nowhere. Same for the family, they can live in it but do not share its value, as they can abandon it but not for this acquire or rationalize the reasons for the abandonment. Ok, mi sì. Lo stesso vale lo stesso per la famiglia, possono esserci viverci dentro ma non condividere i valori, come possono abbandonarla, ma non per questo acquisire o razionalizzare i motivi dell'abbandono. Stesso per un gruppo. Okay, I think that works. That translation works. Same for the family, they can live in it, but do not share its values, which is me. As they can abandon it, but not for this acquire or rationalize the reason for the abandonment. Yeah, that works. So like abandoning your family, but like not really rationalizing why you did that. Like because the family is, I don't know if he believes this, but like I'm giving you my analysis because the family is hierarchical and in oppressive institution and whatnot, hierarchical, patriarchal and whatnot. Same for a group, and that works as well because it's literally there. Lo stesso per un gruppo, yeah, same for a group. Young people can belong to a group that still maintain other kinds of relationships, and this surprises us compared to the strong selectivity of what it once meant to belong to the groups of political revolutionary commitment. That's true. At the time of this pamphlet, it's same right now, but like this pamphlet is so important in my opinion because it explains the shift in Italian society from like this sort of like strong tendency towards identities and like having like some sort of stability to this, like as he says, this sea of opportunities that are walled in by the obviously by the included and that like do not give you opportunity to actually develop yourself and develop on a proper in the sense of like a fulfilled identity in which you can rationalize yourself and the environment around you, right? And I don't know if it still works right now as a concept. You know, this was written in 1988. There wasn't like really the concept of a queer identity and whatnot. I still think it works. Still think this pamphlet resonates very, very strongly with an Italian revolutionary that actually has an open mind about it. It's not a tanky or some shit. Yeah. It follows that young people find it difficult to recognize a scale of values in their social relationships. They no longer know what matters more, work or family, associative activity in a group, or cultural engagement in another, concrete support of an institution, or free choice far from party organizations. We can, as everyone has surely experienced, see young people, even comrades, carry out a struggle with certain means, counter information, direct action, etc., and then suddenly propose to agree with anyone at all, the local council, for example, to get some concessions. This is not about contradictions or bad faith, it is a question of lack of identity. Lack of identity leads to undeterminate, unpredictable behavior. I wouldn't say, again, the wording is, Bonanno is very strong with the wording. He doesn't give a shit, which I appreciate, but also I feel like sometimes he misses the nuances. And again, it's old, obviously. It's older than me. It's an old piece of and he was already old at the time, because he's still alive. God bless him. He was born in 1937, so he was already 60 years old, I think. Around 50 or 60 years old. I don't know how to do the math right now. Yes, 60. No, he was 50, 49 or 50 maybe. Yeah, 49 or 50 maybe, yeah. So, it wasn't and again, there was no he didn't have very nuance about this point about identity. Lack of identity leads to undeterminate, unpredictable behavior. I wouldn't say unpredictable behavior, it leads to misled behavior. I wouldn't say unpredictable have some sort of very ableist connotation to it. It feels like, I don't know, I'm thinking about it. But yeah, I agree with the sentiment. This is what has happened with this pamphlet so far. I agree with the sentiment, not with the wording. Okay, so he explains it a bit here. Unpredictability. We need to stop and think about this for a moment. The formation of a personality is not only subjective, it's also objective. Yeah, I think so. The environment concurs, and certain physical components prevailing over others lead to a certain construction of consciousness and the individual. The environment concurs and leads to a certain construction of consciousness in the individual. Yeah, that works. Viene concorre trovando alcune componenti fisiche prevalenti su altre. Yeah, the translation works fine. I don't have anything to say about it. So yeah, the environment concurs. I don't know what concurs means here, in the sense even in Italian. I mean, let me see. Actually, I'm ignorant sometimes, Let's see. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, so it contributes is one of the meaning. So yeah. I understood what it was meaning in general, but like here is more like explained with this, with me finding the dictionary terminology. So yeah, the environment contributes in a negative way most times. At least that's the connotation that the terminology gives it on here the dictionary. And finding that certain physical components prevail over others, it then leads to a certain construction of consciousness and the individual. A flexible setup with no long-term projects, reduced reactions, and impoverished content inevitably leads to a state of flimsiness in young people. So he's getting a bit. I understand where he's going to. He's saying, I gotta finish this, but like, he's getting a bit ableist in the sense that like he's saying, oh, you're becoming the young people are becoming mentally ill. Basically, he's saying they're flimsy and whatnot. It's again the wording that's bad, but he's right. Like my generation that started literally when this pamphlet came out, 1988 is basically when the millennials generation starts, right? Let me see, 1989 maybe. $1980, not even 1980. So yeah, it is like he is already experiencing the millennial generation there. He's right that we have certainly developed more mental illnesses as a generation. I mean, I don't have data. I'm not an expert on on what, but I am like one of these subjects to mental illness. I take a bunch of meds and whatnot to just go get through the day. Well, I am like part of this quorum, I guess. Quota, I should say. Sorry, quorum is not the thing. It's like people that ask, something like that. Anyways, quota, which is a number of people. But what he's saying that this has to do also with what Bookchin used to say. Also, already in like the 1970s, end of the 1970s. This is from 1988. That book, the speech I'm talking about is from 1978, I think. So 10 years earlier, Bookchin already was saying, you know, we have a very neurotic society, and we are not utopians anymore on the left. He was saying, for example, in 1978, we are futurists. We have become futurists. We've started to talk about like going outside of the planet because it cannot be fixed, and like and stuff like that. We're talking about, and 2023 still happens. We're talking about fucking population growth and how we should call the unwashed and whatnot because they are too much to bear and whatnot and whatnot. So Bookchin as well was talking somewhat about this because the point he's trying to make here, and I'll finish this fucking piece at some point instead of like assuming, I guess, is that he's saying like we don't have long-term projects anymore, in the sense of like we don't have prefiguration anymore, not even on the left, because prefiguration for anarchism is like fundamental. It's what makes anarchism. To prefigurate means to constitute society, constitute your acting, your actions and praxis, and the way you organize your movement in a way that prefigurates, that has a picture of the society you want to one day achieve. And that's utopia, right? That's the concept of being utopian, of believing that that shit is gonna happen, and we gotta work right now, from this moment forward, from this moment and earlier from this moment, to continue to act as if as Graeber used to say, as if things can be done in a completely different way from the status quo. I'm like paraphrasing here, but yeah, whatever. Let's continue this. A flexible setup with no long-term projects, reduced reactions and impoverished content inevitably leads to a state of flimsiness in young people. It also affects their ability to be constant in their orientation in the sphere of everyday life. And unfortunately, as ableist this is, he's right. we are all filled with ADHD. we don't know what to do one day or the other, and what not, because the alienation is so strong in this day and age because of the post-industrial technological advancements that have made even the last thing that the proletariat, using this term because I cannot think on another one, I guess the precariat, I should say, because he talks about the precariousness of the worker now at the beginning of this piece. The precariat doesn't even have what used to be like the pivot on which the point on which class struggle would pivot constantly, which was labor power, having your own, having the power to use the means of productions and whatnot. Nowadays, with the precariat, you don't even have that. You are basically just selling your identity or lack of you are selling your identity or lack of as social capital for the company to decide if you are valuable to them as a social reproductive tool, not as a mean of production. And as I said yesterday, it is because, again, automation is like automation has made the man obsolete for most part in production, and that means that, again, labor power is basically non-existent now. We besides maybe some new types of jobs like food delivery and whatnot, which is reinventing the wheel, but you know what I mean. They have reinvented the wheel but made it spikier, I guess, so it can hurt people more. Anyways, let's continue. I shouldn't stop every 2 seconds. The lack or strong reduction of ideals, utopias, radical ideas, engagement also leads to unpredictability in minimal behavior. We are fed up one day, hyperactive the next. Again, the wording is very strong, but he's right. That's true. That's how we work now. We are romantic 1 minute, then become not spectacles. I can't fucking say this word for some reason right now. Skeptical. I can.
skeptical,
Skeptical. Oh my goodness, I forgot completely the word in there for some reason. Skeptical, of course. Then we become skeptical. Oh my god.
skeptical,
Skeptical. We go from feeling insecure to showing off ostentatious independence. Again, yeah. From tolerance to intolerance. There you go. This is the point he's trying to make at the last, right? We go from like being tolerant of some things to like, because of there is lack of ideas and utopian lack of ideals of utopias and radical ideas, we go from being tolerant at some point because because at that point the society has decided that that's acceptable, but we continue to be intolerant to other certain things because society has decided that that is acceptable. Like Italy, for example, and this is not even true at all, but like, to make an example, Italy is like more accepting of queer people now, but we still let brown people and black people drown every day in the ocean, in the sea, I should say, in the Mediterranean Sea. So that's the point he's making. Unpredictability is also mirrored in other ways during the reconstructing phase of the social formation. Productive processes are undergoing such a profound and revolutionary, quote-unquote, transformation that this is causing an equally violent transformation of values, behavior patterns, and as well as social conditions and desires. Young people are suffering from their unpredictability. There can be no doubt about that. In the present state of affairs, they seem to be overwhelmed by a process that leaves no alternative. They have some interests, of course, but they always seem to be blurred by other possible choices that could satisfy diametrically opposed needs of equal value. It's crazy how like this shit still works right now, because it's true. We go from there are so many interests and possibilities that have been manufactured because they are not real in reality. They always seem to be blurred out by other choices that could satisfy diametrically opposed needs of equal value. Yeah. Let me see though. Questo è vero, ma appaiono sfumati in possibili alternative dirette a soddisfare i bisogni diametralmente opposti ma equivalenti sul piano del valore che il soggetto attribuisce loro. Okay, no, it works. That translation works. That works. Level of tensions. See, again with the ableism here. The individual level of tension. The individual is pathologically contradictory. Pathologically contradictory and needs to find, if not a unifying outlet, at least one that unifies momentarily. Let's see, momentarily? Transitoriamente, sì. Momentarily, yeah, it works. Of course, even the absence of choice can be a choice, or if you prefer, being put in a situation where it's impossible to choose is a choice. Oh, wait. Of course, one cannot be stuck between several choices forever. You have to decide at some point. Oh, I jumped these two sentences. One cannot. The individual is pathologically contradictory and needs to find, if not unified in outlet, at least one that is unifies momentarily. One cannot remain stuck between several choices forever. Okay, you have to decide at some point. Yeah, of course, even the absence of a choice can be a choice. Okay, or if you prefer, being put in a situation where it is impossible to choose is a choice. At least going towards one, as it will only be irreversible after a certain point. Let's see. Una scelta meno, una scelta in progressione in quanto una scelta in progressione in quanto diventa irreversibile solo dopo un certo punto. Oh, the choice. Okay. The choice of not choosing. The choice. The situation of put in a situation where it is impossible to choose is a choice. A choice that progressively moves towards being irreversible at a certain point. So it's a choice that like gives you comfort in a way, but then it becomes irreversible. So this is about, for example, I was gonna say voting, but you know, he's an anarchist. He doesn't believe in voting. He's not even a social anarchist. He's an anarcho-insurrectionist. He doesn't believe in voting at all. So I don't know what example I could use, but I understood the concept here. Okay. So, just a second. Okay. So, let's continue. We can continue living in flimsy conditions of survival for long periods, but the consequences of uncertainty accumulate and wear the individual down. And that is so fucking true. This is literally talking about me. Like this booklet is literally talking about me. In a horizontal orientation without any model or constructive values, we either address ourselves and fast towards awareness, or we can easily get burned out. I guess he's talking about awareness of like class consciousness, of like the awareness of like utopianism and the hierarchical way society's built or something like that. constructive values with addresses. It's weird, he's obviously, well, I don't know this. I don't know if he's an anti-organizationalist. Which again, anti-organizationalist in anarchism doesn't mean that he's against organizing. It means, I don't know if he is though. I shouldn't assume. As an anarcho-insurrectionist that talked about informal organization and organizing of anarchism, he probably is an anti-organizationist. Which again doesn't mean he's against organizing, he's against organizations, as he sees them as a, sort of like proto-vanguardist institution, I guess I could say. But yeah, he's in an horizontal orientation without any model of constructive, because I'm saying he has this concept of constructive values. He sounds a lot like Bookchin. I don't know if Bonanno has ever met Bookchin's literature or whatnot, but he sounds a lot like Bookchin, because even though he's diametrically opposed to Bookchin in a way on the anarchist spectrum, because Bookchin is Bookchin is such a social anarchist that he gets out of anarchism and constructs communalism, even though I consider communalism a branch of anarchism in a way. But whatever. I'm not gonna go down that road, I guess. He has this concept of constructive values. Let's see if it's also in Italian. Let's see, si può continuare? No, wait. Nell'assenza di un modello di valori gratificante. Wait, that's different in Italian. Condizioni di orizzontalità degli orientamenti. Ci si indirizza in fretta verso la presa di coscienza o si viene bruciati con grande facilità. It's a bit different in Italian. Nell'assenza di un modello di valori gratificante. So he doesn't say constructive in Italian, he says gratifying values, which is different. Gratifying values means, obviously he's talking about still anarchist values. I think that's my assumption here. So he's talking about without without a sense of knowledge and culture and there is planted in wanting to understand the world and whatnot, without that sort of gratifying aspects of anarchism, because that's what draws people into anarchism when it does, is that it's gratifying in making you understand, oh shit, stuff works like this because this and this and this, because for example, because hierarchy is everywhere, in a sense, in a true is not everywhere. It's anarchy has shaped our society, and that's why oppressive systems have existed and whatnot. That's an example. So in Italian it says, in the absence of a gratifying values model in horizontal conditions of the orientation, it could be said, but I think that the way, in a horizontal orientation, yeah, that works. Without any, in a horizontal orientation. Let's see, because the wording is important. conditions of horizontality of the orientation. I don't even know what that means, in a sense. In a condition of horizontality of orientation, which is terribly terrible for the for the ears, but like, fortunately, I feel like you gotta be more precise on the translation. In a horizontal orientation without any model of gratifying values. You should say that, not constructive. Constructive is has a different nuance to it. Of gratifying values, we either address ourselves and fast towards awareness, towards consciousness, he says here, right? Yeah, consciousness, or we easily get burned out, which is literal in Italian. The way he's writing it, I don't know if he what he means, but it burned out gets the point across. Like you get tired and like weary and like more and more alienated and whatnot. I want to understand. I think he's referring to here the point he was making about the possibilities, because there's this horizontal sea of possibility that a post-industrial society has constructed that is walled. But I don't understand why he's like constructing a verticality here if he's an anarchist. Let me see. Let me reread this line. I guess he's like here, like using this horizontal orientation in a neutral way, in the sense that he's saying you either become anarchist and gain awareness in a condition of horizontal orientation, or you get burned out and become a tanky or some shit like that. Let's see. I'm reading in Italian for a second here to see. Okay. And young people certainly run such a risk, gaining awareness, gaining consciousness, I should say there. I understand what the translator was doing here. Like, awareness is obviously more proper, but like, I feel you should be a bit more literal, because we say coscienza di classe. We say class consciousness very specifically. Awareness gets the point across as well. I'm just being an ass. Gaining awareness of one's conditions of belonging to the excluded, as we said before, he doesn't divide class warfare as like the belonging or not belonging diagram. I guess I can fucking spectrum. He as in who has the wealth and who doesn't. Now he says who is included in the upper echelon of society and who is excluded from the upper echelon of society, who holds technology. Technology is now the big divider in society for him. Again, this was written in 1988. There are some nuances to this point, right? Like, internet is like, there are nuances, but the point he's making is becoming reality more and more. in our day and age. So like if the internet was initially a liberatory invention, is now becoming more and more institutionalized and segregated and controlled environment. Right? The states are trying to gain more and more power over it and whatnot. So there's nuance to the point that he's making, but the nuance is is getting mushed into the ground by the reality of our society nowadays. So let's see. Let's continue. Okay, so let's reread here. Young people certainly run such a risk. Gaining awareness of one's conditions of belonging to the excluded can occur in many ways, even to the point of reaching how this used to happen in the past through alienation. However, it cannot be said that this awareness alone, especially in embryonic forms, although sufficient to trigger a sense of discomfort sufficient to find an outlet, will actually lead to a project. And by a project, he means a fucking armed struggle. Which I don't ascribe to. I don't. I'm a social anarchist. Let me see if it's different. The consciousness of one's condition as excluded and appear in different ways, even in the way in which it would appear in the past, that of alienation. But it doesn't mean that by itself, especially in embryonic forms, yeah. Yeah, it works the rest of it. So yeah, it works like, however, it cannot be said that this awareness alone, especially in embryonic form, although sufficient to trigger a sense of discomfort sufficient to find an outlet, would actually lead to a project. I'm reading in Italian so that I can translate afterwards here. It's not proper. Ooh, this is good. This is good shit. This, for example, explains hooliganism a bit. Not completely, because hooliganism, I'm gonna read what it says, but I'm just saying, I just want to give this nuance. Hooliganism has also some good aspects to it, the sharp and whatnot. But actually in Italy, it's mostly just a violent expression of the discomfort that we feel. Anyways, let's read. This is different this is different to when once the change in personality could be reflected in quite a tangible practice, a materializable need visible for all to see. And from there, it was a short step to violent desire of reappropriation. I think he's talking about reappropriation of the means of production here. Or he's being more philosophical, I don't understand. One was also affected by the lack of dignity and could fight and even die because of it. But today it's not a question of need. When confronted with a contradictory situation open to a number of possibilities, the individual discovers their own contradictoriness intimately. They realize that they lack a project, a desire, will, and this can lead to unthinkable consequences. Unpredictable behavior doesn't change. How does it say here? Let's see. It says here, tutto ciò può avere conseguenze impensabili. And this can have unthinkable consequences. Unpredictable behavior doesn't change. And let's see if I can translate it in a more nuanced way. And all this, the unpredictable behavior è statale fino in fondo. I don't know if it works. It works, but it's a bit reductive the way this was translated here. Unpredictable. It's uglier as a translation, but I think it puts the point across better. Unpredictable behavior stays the same until the end. It's really ugly as a translation, but it just means that the unpredictable behavior stays unpredictable until its very end and act. I think the violence that surges from this accumulation of contradiction cannot be immediately translated into a code based on the production relations of the past. So what he's saying here is that violence nowadays is unpredictable because it has no fucking idea what it's doing. Which, I gotta think about it a second. Because he's saying basically, right, that violence nowadays just exists for the sake of violence because the individual is so lacking content right now because we have been molded in this way where we need to be as flexible as possible and malleable as possible. I think that's the point he's trying to prove. And I agree to some extent. He's not talking about, like, when he's talking about his flexibility, he's not talking about like being open-minded and whatnot. He's talking about literally the flexibility of how to be a worker or how to be a pawn of the system. He's not like talking about, he's obviously, like, for example, he has written about Emma Goldman and feminism and whatnot. Like, he's not like talking about being a misogynist as a good value or something, to be rigid on that sort of point. He's talking about being a feminist as a good value and rigid on that point, right? So that's why I brought up hooliganism, because in Italy, it's basically this violence that surges from this accumulation of contradiction cannot be immediately translated into our code based on the production relations of the past. Hooliganism has nothing to do with class struggle. Like, for most part, there is obviously, as I said, like, that's why I did this preface to the to this point. Because there's obviously hooliganism that's good and like anti-capitalist, anti-authoritarian and whatnot. There's even hooligans that have fought like against Russia in Ukraine and still fight with this sort of anti-fascist veneer. So like, you know, there's good hooliganism. But in Italy specifically, there's not much good hooliganism. Most hooliganism is very regional, sectarian, separatist. The separatism I understand because of the history of Italy. There is a reason there. Yeah, in general, it's this violence for the sake of violence, basically, because the contradictions that accumulate in ourselves cannot be translated in as it says here, in a code that is based on the production relations of the past. It's no there's no violence in hooliganism that has like a connotation or like, oh, we are the we are the proletariat and you are the capitalist class and you are the dogs of the capitalist class and whatnot. No, it's just pure violence for the sake of like, you are not from, you do not belong to my city or whatever, and it has nothing else to do. It has no other ideology behind it, right? Is what he's trying to say. I think this is my interpretation of this pass. Yeah, but that's what he's trying to say, I think. And again, I picked hooliganism because here in Italy it's very violent and it doesn't have this like strong ideological backup. Maybe besides some groups of hooligans, but most hooligans in Italy are fascists. Let's be honest. Okay. Okay, Dominion's project. How long is this? I mean, yeah, the translation has cut off. Not cut off, like it's more like summarized than the actual. Because I can show you, but like. Also, English is a more summarizing language than Italian. Italian is more verbose. Anyways, this is not something that is well defined. However, as we have seen in it, it is the base of this indispensable criterion of sex flexibility. This involves risks. In the first place, the unpredictability of a potential class conflict. Over the last 100 years, capital and the state, together or separately, have convinced themselves that everything can be recuperated. But after all, they never eluded themselves concerning the utopia of capital, that everyone could be satisfied, exploited and exploited. Now, with the radical changes that have been taking place over the past decade, again, he's talking about the 1980s, expectations are still cautious, although we will also tend to agree that the possibility of this double holy alliance is greater now than before. Oh my god, the roof of my palette is like itching. So annoying. Yet these people are moving cautiously. Let's reread this part because now, with these radical changes that were taking place over the past decades, expectations are still cautious, although we could also tend to agree that the possibility of this double alliance is greater now than before. Yet these people are moving cautiously. They know that there are spaces where social conflictuality could emerge due to the impossibility of an overall social project on the one hand and the young's inability to realize project of individual satisfaction on the other. Satisfaction of the other. Hmm. Okay, let's finish this part and then I'll probably try to analyze it a bit. But the dominators want to delude themselves yet again, arguing that anyway there is a space for personal fulfillment and contradictions can always be overcome with pragmatic attitudes, each one eluding themselves in their own way, even among those fighting dominion illusions of equal scale and gravity exists. Let's read it in Italian. Qualcosa di definito comunque si basa, come abbiamo visto, sul canone indispensabile della festività, cioè rischio al primo posto del potenziale conflitto. Let me do this because I can't see shit. How's everyone doing? Hopefully you're having a nice day and you're enjoying whatever shit I'm doing right now. Il primo posto un'imprevedibilità di un potenziale conflitto di classi. Yeah, that works. Non just say ultimi tutto poteva essere recuperato. Fondo si erano mai illusi della fondazione del capitale, cioè di lasciare sfruttatori risultati. Ok, that works. Now the radical modifications that have been achieved in this last decade with radical modifications. Expectations are still cautious, although we will also tend to agree that the possibility of this knowledge is greater now than before. Yeah, that works. I don't know why I'm trying to translate it, but greater than before works, yeah. Ooh, that's a fire. That's a fire fucking part here. What he's saying. I mean, it's pretty it's pretty self-explanatory, but I like to think about it a bit. They know that there are spaces where social conflictuality could emerge to the impossibility of an overall social project on one end, of being able to shape society completely on the social strata, and the Young's inability to realize an individual satisfaction, realize projects of individual satisfaction on the other. The inability is because of capital, it's not the inability of the young people, is what he's saying here. And then he says, yeah, but the dominators want to delude themselves yet again, arguing that anyway there is a space for personal fulfillment and contradictions can always be overcome with pragmatic attitudes. Yeah, that works. Each one eluding themselves in their own way. Even among those fighting dominion illusion, there are even those fighting against dominion have illusions of equal scale and gravity. Well, it works. No, there should be a comma here. That's why. I didn't read it properly, because it says, even among those fighting dominion, illusions of evil squall and gravity exist. So it works. And that's such a good line, because he's obviously talking about the left. Specifically, most specific, he's like obviously also talking about the anarchist movement, but he's obviously talking about the authoritarian left for the most part. Oh, this is gonna be fire, going beyond the old class struggle projects. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's the anti-organizationist. Aggregating formulas, it should say, not forms. Oh my god, dogs. Dogs everywhere. Basta. See if my tweet has reached anyone. No, no one gives a shit about my tweet. Also, I made such a cool tweet, but only 10 people saw it. No, 66 people saw it. Oh, no one gave a shit. Yeah. Go back to it. Let's put the Okay. So I should say formulae, because it's more like precising the translation. I understand that forms works, but formulae would be more cool. Aggregating formulas or formulae, aggregating forms, the party, the union, the group, the federation. So he's talking about, for example, here he's talking about the MLs, he is talking about the syndicalists, he is talking about the autonomists, and here he's talking about the anarchists. So he doesn't cheap out on the ammunition, right? Regardless of the different ideological and practical connotations, objectives and utopian elements were born according to the visible need to adjust workers' resistance to the excessive power of the bosses. Faced with the monolithic nature of capital, the exploited were fragmented, hence the primary indispensable action of uniting to defend one's rights, to survival at least, which was also threatened under certain conditions, and then to attack in order to make other conquests. The monolithic nature of capital was visible not only as a financial force of ownership of the means of production, but also as a physical place, the factories. It was never accidental that factories were built along the same architectural models as prisons and barracks. Just as it was never accidental that old barracks were later transformed into factories, prisons, or schools, also happened for convents. The total institutions all had the same destination, so the buildings were interchangeable. To fight under such condition, it was necessary to unite. For uniting strategies, outcome of counterpower emerged, i.e. the substitution of the old power with a new one, is not the case here to go into tragic outcome of such perspective. I guess he's talking about the USSR. What I'm just interested in going into instead is the change in the monolithic condition of capital of the state and of the state. Let's hasten today to say that today there is no longer a heart of capital, just there is no longer a heart of the state. Okay, that's a hot take. He's right, but it's also a bit of a hot take, I guess. The big industrial centers are spreading over the international territory, becoming more and more fragmented thanks to the programming possibility offered by electronics operating in real time. For example, already the great storage warehouses of the big industries no longer exist. The various materials are distributed throughout the territory, even at great distances, even without any real logic. Doesn't have one one flaw, this piece right here. It's crazy how nothing has really changed from 1988 to now. When you need a part anywhere in the globe, you see the nearest place to find it on the computer and get it sent by plane. The system is less expensive than it might seem, as there are no longer the excessive costs of warehousing in large quantities. The management of several warehouses distributed in the territories provides with thousands of pieces of relatives, risks, etc. The same goes for the assembly lines, which now robotized can easily be split in size, as semi-finished products can also be transported vast distances. In any case, the monolithic nature of big industries is tending to disappear, and with it, the presence of workers inside factories is being drastically reduced. Again, this is the whole point of this entire piece. It was this part here. The entire point of this entire piece is, I guess we are at the end of the pamphlet, but like, this is the point of this entire piece. It's going beyond the old class struggle projects, and I think that's so poignant. People still live in 1917 or some shit. Even anarchists, even myself. Anyways, let's see about the stay here. That's what interests me more, because I'm trying. I should read. As for the structure of the state, the heart, the quote-unquote heart, has not existed for a long time. No component of the state mechanism is essential, all are easily replaceable, both at the political level and the administrative level. No component of the state mechanism is essential. Yeah, from this we see the limitation of the action of authoritarian Marxists, such as the Red Brigades. Red Brigades were authoritarian Marxist terrorists, which set their action on old, outdated analyses, expecting impossible results. The decision-making powers of the state are being spread throughout the territory, distributing themselves horizontally, the most suitable for the post-industrial economic situation. We must therefore consider the exploited old model of organization unsuited for the current situation. So what he's saying is that capital is becoming horizontal in a way, I think, and that's true. And this shit is fire. What to suggest? If he starts saying anything about insurrections, I do not abide to it. What to suggest? What we have been doing for some time, summarized here in few lines. Autonomous base units, self-managed structures born according to the situation, making reference to permanent conflict, self-management and attack. For the specific organizations, we suggest informal groups that recognize themselves in the insurrectional methodology. Yeah, no. I.e. in the constant practice of sensitizing the exploited to transform their instincts of rebellion and tendency to riot insofar as possible into insurrectional forms, dotted with a minimum of self-organization and political analysis. Insofar as possible into insurrection forms dotted with a minimum of self-organization and political analysis. So he's saying at least have some self-organization and political analysis. Yeah, this shit is gonna put me in jail, but whatever. I'm interested. For the attack, now or not planned for a future when time is ripe, we support interventions aimed at destroying capitals and the state realization throughout the territory. European amenable structure could be preferred because the spread of capital throughout the territory, even through a little less dose of capital, is based precisely on these structures. Large centers, those that persist, are now more mere symbols of something that no longer exists. Or if it does, which needs to be assisted by a myriad of terminal connections, cables, wires, underground pipes, telephone lines, antennas, pylons, poles. This is so not ascribed to it. Without which those complexes become unusable. For that reason, with all due respect to the deaf who insist on not hearing, we argue that the traditional aggregative structures, parties or trade unions and specific structures, groups and federations of synthesis belong to the past and are no longer adequate for the occurrence of ongoing modifications of reality. I think federations of synthesis are like the only way to go forward, if anything. This is where I split with Bonanno, obviously. He's an anarcho-insurrectionist, I am not. That's where I split with him, because insurrectionism... I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say, but insurrectionism is... doesn't bring any sort of like... actual like class consciousness and whatnot. It just makes all the populace more afraid of the ideology you're proponing, and reinforces the state hold on society, basically. That's why I obviously support Alfredo Cospito, but I'm against what he did, in the sense that like he only like worsened the anarchist cause with what he did. Anyways. Wish I could talk to him. Is that an email I can send? I would love to talk to Bonanno. Just peek at his brain, see what it's inside. He's probably vegetative right now. Oh no. Sorry, I'm reading this part. He goes so hard. It's very funny. Per questo... Okay, last part of the piece. Actually, this booklet has another essay in it that's really interesting, but it would be insane for me to just try to translate it on the fly. I would go literally insane. I will just say. So it's another like booklet. It's I think the same length, like 11 pages again, or something like that. No, it's more than 11. This is let's say 40 pages. This is 35 pages. So, and it's about nihilism, I think, because he's a nihilist. He's an anarcho-nihilist as well as an anarcho-insurrectionist, and he's a Stirnerite as well. He is raw. He has written extensively on Stirner and whatnot. But yeah, let's read the last part here. The revolutionary presence. Although the moment is one of reflux and let me see. Quanto momento sia dei flussi di interesse. Okay. That's some wishful thinking he's doing here. But it's 1988. People were different. Even if he described society basically as it is right now, but people were different. I don't know. Although the moment is a one of flux, and the interests of capital and the state are a generalized disengagement are going to coincide with the lack of interest of young people who are rejecting previous ideological adventures. Actually, very wishful thinking there. I mean, no, it's right. It's true. It's actually true because the years of lead have like destroyed any sort of like revolutionary presence in Italy that is like meaningful. Young people for most part have like rejected communism and whatnot, right? Even though nowadays there is a resurgence, the resurgence is aesthetical. It's a resurgence of aesthetics about the USSR and all of that bullshit, right? For most part, it's about Stalinism and whatnot. So there's no real revolutionary presence in Italy. I believe it is possible to rebuild a revolutionary presence. I'm basing this hypothesis on two arguments. First, the far from optimal situation in which great masses of young people now find themselves and will do more and more. Man, the roof of my mouth itches and it's so annoying. First, the far more optimal situation in which great masses of young people now find themselves and will do more and more. Let me see if it's better in Italian. La situazione in cui la grande massa sempre Wait, so the first argument is that oh, okay, no, the translation works here. It's just a bit rough. Let me see. Did the music stop? No, it's just very low. She's Megane Tensei 3 Nocturne. That shit is on Steam. I should probably buy it. First, the far from optimal situation in which great masses of young people now find themselves and will do find themselves more and more. So that's the first argument. Contradictority and lack of identity will end up leading to, and in fact are leading to, explosions of violence that are not easy to understand and even less easy to manage. Yeah. As I said, hooliganism in Italy. Secondly, it is possible to address the mistakes of the past critically without turning them into funeral lament for a lost revolution. That didn't work. That didn't happen. Possibile affrontare il mio penso per questo fare come qualcuno che si trasforma in cantore della rivoluzione. I think that translation works. I'm just seeing if it could be better. It is possible to address the mistakes of the past critically without turning into a funeral lament. No, it works perfectly. Actually, I would have struggled with this sentence here myself. It is necessary to present in a way that is appropriate to the new situation, i.e., with instruments that can become an element of and not an obstacle to the outbursts of violence. Ooh, I do not ascribe to this. No, don't say that. Channeling them for discontinuity and confusion in continuity and class awareness. Yeah, I understand what he's saying. In other words, to transform spontaneous riots in conscious insurrections. Jesus Christ. Will such thing be possible? We believe so, and for this to happen, we indicate as indispensable the courage to face new situations that we are used to, the ability to understand motivations beyond one's own past experiences, clarity of propositions against all mystifications, the isolation of those who just chatter, and the preparation of minority actions. All this, with all due respect of embalsamers of corpses, we are willing to do, in fact, are doing. Jesus Christ. At the preparation of even minority actions, it says here. It doesn't say all minority action. It says a preparation of action, even minority ones, basically. Let me see if it's... So, leaving out the insurrectionist part, especially for my legal reasons, I think there is a lot of truth here. Like he's saying, the courage to face new situations that we are not used to. So, for example, gender issues. The ability to understand motivations beyond one's own past experiences. So, like, trying to interact with the precariat or proletariat, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with working people in general and the excluded in a way that doesn't have to always attach itself to like the past experiences of these people, which I agree, but also you gotta be careful with that. Clarity of propositions against all mystifications is very important. The isolation of those who just chatter, that's a really strong one. And the last one I do not agree with. But yeah, it is over. That was the young in the post-industrial society. That was really fucking good. I wish I could. I didn't find this one. What does it mean life? Which seems very cool. Let me see if I can find it on the Anarchist Library. I didn't find it before. I don't think I'm gonna find it now. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find it now. That was incredible. That was really fucking good. And it's weird how the overlap with Bookshin is. It's really weird. At some point I'm gonna read, I shouldn't, but at some point I'm gonna read Armored Joy. What time is it? Okay. I'm gonna continue with this one. But this is from 1977. It's much longer. And yeah, 1977. I don't know. Let's see. Can I find this? Ooh, how old is this? How old is this? '88 again. Damn, this looks cool. I'm gonna download this. Yeah. Newcomer. This shit is really good, but I also don't completely agree with it. God damn. They have Oh my goodness. This is really good, but also is really dangerous. Holy shit, dude. Can I... Oh, these are all cool. Holy shit. These are all pamphlets on organization and shit. I gotta download all of this shit. What is this?
The question of organization.
Damn, someone did also a reading of it. I love anarchist archaeology, like as in, you know, finding stuff from the 80s and whatnot, the 90s. It's so cool. Wait. Reopen. It feels like he hasn't written in a while, which, you know, it's sad. Let's see, can I... the newest. This is from 2003. Man, I understand that people dislike the Anarchist Library because, you know, there are certain people that are bad on the library, but like, dude, it's such a good tool. I love it. So this is from 2013. I'm seeing what I want to read. I don't know, I may call it here and like keep this into a two-parter and whatnot. Even though no one is gonna watch this, but it's whatever. Yeah, I kinda wanna do this in another stream.